Chapter 1784. Everyone found a place to hide. Lin Feng split the drop of blood essence from the underworld rancor. Everyone had a share, and then found a place to refine it. The ancient dragonesque elephant art began to circulate. The blood essence of the underworld rancor began to be gradually refined by Lin Feng. He sensed a unique power within the blood essence of the underworld rancor. There were dense runes coiling around it. These are nether runes. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Similar runes had appeared on the bodies of the nether soldiers before. However, it was far from being as powerful as the nether runes in the blood of the underworld rancor. These creatures of the underworld seemed to have been blessed with nether runes. Could the reason why these creatures of the underworld were so powerful be related to the nether runes on their bodies? Lin Feng had been thinking about this question the entire time. He felt that it was very possible. He tried to comprehend the mysteries of the nether runes. If he could master the nether runes, he might be able to find a way to deal with the creatures of the underworld. But things didn't go as he wished. When Lin Feng's consciousness enveloped the nether runes, he wanted to further study them. Suddenly, one by one, the nether runes began to self-destruct. These nether runes seemed to have spirituality. They would rather self-destruct than let others peek at the secrets of the nether runes. What a pity! If only I could study the nether runes thoroughly, the creatures of the underworld wouldn't be too difficult to deal with. But unfortunately, these nether runes actually self-destructed. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. Then he began to absorb the energy of the blood essence with all his might. Time passed. One day later, Lin Feng woke up from his cultivation. His cultivation had broken through from the 4th layer of the divine fire realm to the 5th layer of the divine fire realm. One had to know that with Lin Feng's savings, if he wanted to break through, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But now that he was able to break through, it could be seen how astonishing the effects of the blood essence of the underworld rancors were. The others also came out of seclusion, one after another. All of them revealed looks of joy. It was obvious that they had obtained a lot of benefits. After a short rest, they continued to walk deeper into the underworld. Suddenly, beside a pond, they saw 3 stalks of divine grass. The 3 divine grasses were surrounded by a dazzling divine light. They were extremely beautiful, and they were emitting shocking energy waves. Godly soul grass. Dancing Flame Fairy was shocked. Is this the godly soul grass? Lin Feng was also very surprised. Among the heaven and earth treasures that could help the soul transform into a new primordial spirit, the god soul grass was one of the more famous heaven and earth treasures. Many people wanted to find the divine soul grass to transform their primordial spirits. However, it was difficult to find them. The godly soul grass was too rare, and here there were actually 3 of them. Ha 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 ha! Everyone, this is the god soul grass. We want it. Loud laughter could be heard. Following that, more than 30 cultivators flew over. They were wearing black robes with hats. Everyone was wearing a hat that covered their heads, making it impossible to see their faces clearly. This group of people exuded a cold and gloomy aura. Clearly, they were not righteous cultivators. The leading cultivator took off his hat, revealing a devilishly handsome face. This was a young man. His eyes swept over Lin Feng and the others, and from time to time, he would let out a sinister laugh. They're from the ancient devil race. Lei Qian said in a deep voice. He had been to the underground world before, so he had seen the ancient devil race. Now, he recognized these people. Everyone's expression changed slightly. The ancient devil race was an evil race. They had always had great ambitions in the 9 states, and they had caused many bloodshed in the 9 states. The major forces in the 9 states also wanted to exterminate the ancient devil race. However, the ancient devil race was too powerful. Therefore, the major forces in the 9 states were extremely wary of them. The leading cultivator of the ancient devil race was called Primordial Sun. He was the son of a king of the ancient devil race. This person was equivalent to the crown prince of the ancient devil race. He was a member of the royal family. He was in a high position and had great authority. You have good taste. Primordial Sun's cold eyes swept over Lin Feng and the others. He took a deep look at Fairy Huowu, Fairy Lingyun, and Fairy Lianyue. He licked his lips and let out a strange laugh. So, it's the cultivators of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. How dare you enter the sacred Battle Ape secret realm with such a small number of people? You're really courting death. Lin Feng and the others did not say anything. They looked at the group of cultivators from the ancient devil race warily. Go and pick the god's soul grass. Primordial Sun said, Yes, Crown Prince. Immediately, a cultivator from the ancient devil race walked toward the 3 gods' soul grasses. Lin Feng and the others frowned slightly, but they did not act rashly. The difference in numbers between the 2 sides was too big. It was obviously not wise to act now. Moreover, Lin Feng felt that something was wrong with the 3 gods' soul grasses. However, he could not tell what exactly was wrong. At this time, the cultivator from the ancient devil race arrived in front of the ghost spirit grass and reached out to pick it. However, as soon as his body touched the ghost spirit grass, suddenly his body stiffened. Ah! The cultivator from the ancient devil race screamed in horror. Then, everyone was shocked to see that. The body of the cultivator from the ancient devil race had started to rot. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a pile of rotten flesh and was quickly devoured by the 3 gods' soul grasses. Heavens, this is too scary. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Feng and the others were relieved. Fortunately, the cultivator from the ancient devil race had interfered. Otherwise, the one who died might have been one of their own. Everyone had a look of lingering fear on their faces. The appearance of the gods' soul grasses is so vicious. Could this be the rumored ghost spirit grass? It is said that the ghost spirit grass looks exactly the same as the gods' soul grasses. At this time, the Black Bear Devil King's voice suddenly resounded in his mind. Ghost spirit grass? What kind of grass is that? Lin Feng was puzzled. Yin and Yang are separated into the netherworld. The Yellow Springs River buries vengeful spirits. The riverside is often accompanied by permetha flowers, and the flowers are decorated with ghost spirit grass. The Black Bear Devil Monarch couldn't help murmuring, the ghost spirit grass is a kind of poisonous grass that grows together with the permetha flower. This kind of poisonous grass is formed from the evil thoughts of the millions of evil spirits in the Yellow Springs River. Anyone who touches it will die. Lin Feng gasped. The ghost spirit grass was so scary. It was no wonder that the cultivator from the ancient devil race had died so miserably. Damn it! What is going on? Primordial Spirit Sun's expression became extremely gloomy. Let's go, Lin Feng whispered. The others nodded and quickly left. Fairy Lianyue said with lingering fear. Fortunately, the ancient devil race came to snatch the 3 stalks of God's soul grasses. Otherwise, some of us would have died. Young Master Mingyue said, that shouldn't be God's soul grasses, right? I once saw God's soul grasses being auctioned at an auction house, and they are harmless to the human body. Lin Feng said, that's ghost spirit grass, but it looks exactly the same as God's soul grasses, so it's easy to mistake it for them. The ghost spirit grass is a poisonous grass that grows on both sides of the Yellow Springs River. I have no idea how it ended up here, Even if the ancient devil race cultivators were to throw their lives away, they probably wouldn't be able to pluck the 3 stalks of ghost spirit grass. Everyone was shocked. Clearly, this was the first time they had heard of the ghost spirit grass. Those ancient devil race cultivators aren't good people. It's better if they all die here. Lei Qian grinned. They continued, heading deeper into the river. While they were passing by a mountain range, suddenly they saw a group of cultivators flying over from afar. Dugadi Tian! Lin Feng and the others were shocked. It was actually a group of experts from the Supreme Immortal Sect. With Dugadi Tian as the leader, the group of experts from the Supreme Immortal Sect had also entered the battle's Sacred Ape's secret realm. Chapter 1785. This group of people seems to be in a hurry. It seems like they want to go somewhere. Let's hide for the time being. Lin Feng said. He used his array runes to hide the traces of the group. It was obviously not a wise choice to clash with Dugudi Tian and the others now. Moreover, these people seemed to be here for the treasure. He could follow behind them and watch the show of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Junior brother's attainments in array formations are truly superb. Legon couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. Senior brother Lei praises me. Lin Feng smiled modestly. Not much. Dugu Ditian, and the others arrived at the mountain forest where Lin Feng and the others were hiding. This was because Lin Feng had already used the concealment technique of the Celestial Masters sect to hide everyone's figures. Even their auras had been restrained. Therefore, Dugadi Tian and the others did not discover them. Junior brother. We've already searched a few places, but we haven't found the item you mentioned. Could there be a mistake in the information? Or could it be that the item has been taken by someone else? A disciple of the Supreme Immortal Sect said. Dugadi Tian said. No, it must be that we didn't find the right place. No matter how long we search, we must find the 9 syllables mantra. Hiss. When Lin Feng and the others who were hiding in the shadows heard the words 9 syllables mantra, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. 9 syllables mantra, one of the supreme inheritances of Taoism. The 9 syllables mantra were Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jia, Zhen, Lai, Qian, Xing. These 9 words were formed from the sublimation of the great Tao to the extreme, and contained endless, wondrous techniques. Every single word possessed unimaginable power. Lin Feng still remembered that back then, the peak master of the Blue Cloud Sect's heaven-mending peak, Kebu Tian, had grasped the Bing word of the 9 syllables mantra. This was truly an unparalleled supreme art. What kind of powerful figure was Mose Tianzuan back then? With the heavenly demon clan's sacred artifact, the magic lotus, in his hands, he was invincible. However, Kei Batian had forcibly seized Mose Tianzuan's control over the magic lotus with the army mantra. This was truly an unimaginable ability. Think about it. Originally, the 2 of them were locked in a battle of life and death. One of them suddenly used the army mantra of the 9 syllables. He forcibly seized control of the other party's Dharma treasure. Then, he manipulated the opponent's Dharma treasure to attack the opponent. What kind of terrifying thing was this? Originally, the 2 of them were evenly matched. Perhaps in an instant, life and death would be determined. Dugu Ditian and the rest did not stay in the forest. They quickly left. After they left, Lin Feng and the others appeared from their hiding place. Rumor has it that most of the 9 syllables have been lost. Even Taoists only have 2 or 3 syllables of the 9 syllables. To think that there's an inheritance of the 9 syllables here. If I can get it, it'll be heaven-defying. Lei Qian rubbed his hands excitedly. Follow him. It was fine if Dugudi Tian and the others couldn't find the 9 words mantra. As long as they could find it, let's snatch it immediately. Lin Feng said. The others nodded. If he really took action and snatched Dugu Di Tian's 9 words mantra, then the two sides would immediately have endless hatred for each other. But so what? In any case, the two sides were enemies. Was there anything more exciting than snatching an inheritance or magic treasure from the hands of the enemy? Lin Feng and the others didn't dare to follow too closely because they were worried that they would be discovered by Dugu Di Tian and the others. Just like this, for many days, they went to several places, but Dugu Di Tian and the others didn't get anything, until they arrived at an abyss. Roar! Inside the abyss, the roars of beasts shook the heavens. Dugu Di Tian and the others were engaged in a great battle with the beasts in the abyss. After about 2 hours, the roars of the beasts gradually disappeared. At this time, Lin Feng and the others quietly entered the abyss. When they arrived at the bottom of the abyss, they saw that the ground was filled with the corpses of fierce beasts. This was a type of fierce beast that looked like an earth dragon and a lizard. Most of them were over 10 meters long. There were about 200 of them, and all of them were killed by Dugu Di Tian and the others. Now, Dugu Di Tian and the others were nowhere to be seen. Lin Feng reckoned that Dugu Di Tian and the others had entered the depths. They carefully snuck away. They arrived at the depths. He immediately discovered there was actually an altar in the deepest part of the abyss. The group of people from the Supreme Immortal Sect were scattered around the altar. Dugu Di Tian said, "Give me the soul of the earth, lizard dragon." Immediately, a disciple of the Supreme Immortal Sect handed Dugu Di Tian a small cauldron. Sealed within the small cauldron were the souls of more than 200 fierce beasts. They were the souls of the dead earth lizard dragons. Dugu Di Tian placed the small cauldron that sealed the earth lizard dragon's soul on the altar. Then he used his finger as a blade. He cut his palm. Fresh blood dripped into the small cauldron. Following that, Dugu Di Tian left the altar. Then he knelt in front of the altar with a group of disciples of the Supreme Immortal Sect. I used the soul of the earth lizard dragon and my own blood as a guide to worship the great Tao Master. I ask the Tao Master to descend the inheritance of the 9 words mantra. Dugu Di Tian prayed, sincerely. As his voice fell, the soul of the earth lizard dragon and his blood in the small cauldron began to burn. At the same time, a loud rumbling sound came from above the Tao platform. Seeing this scene, Dugu Di Tian immediately became excited. 9 words mantra. It's really going to descend. The other disciples of the Supreme Immortal Sect also had excited expressions on their faces. The 9 words mantra was the same as the 6 words mantra of Buddhism. They were both the foundation of the sect. Once one obtained the 9 words mantra, they would be implicated in the Taoism. In the future, all sorts of inheritances and treasures of the Taoism would appear. Cultivators who cultivated the 9 words mantra would go forward to fight for it. They would be protected in the dark. Obtain those treasures. Inheritance. It was an event with a high probability. Therefore, this time, it wasn't as simple as obtaining the 9 words mantra. It even involved the fate of the unseen. Rumble. A distorted vortex appeared. Inside the vortex, waves of violent energy fluctuations were transmitted out. Whoosh. Finally, a ball of energy flew out. Inside the ball of energy, it was wrapped in a jade tube. Obviously, inside the jade tube, it was very likely that it recorded the cultivation method of the 9 words mantra. After the jade tube appeared, the vortex above the Tao platform immediately disappeared. 9 words mantra. I've finally gotten it. Dugu Di Tian said excitedly, and was about to get up to collect the 9 words mantra. Suddenly, one figure after another rushed over from afar. It was Lin Feng and the others, Dancing Fire Fairy, and the other 6 charged towards Dugadi Tian and the others. As for Lin Feng, he quickly flew towards the Dao platform. Before they made their move, they had already discussed a plan. Dancing Fire Fairy and the other 6 would hold back Dugu Di Tian and the others. Lin Feng, who was the fastest, would go and collect the jade tube. After obtaining the jade tube, he immediately left. Lin Feng's speed was too fast. It was so fast that one could only see an afterimage flying through the air. "You're courting death," Dugu Di Tian roared, wanting to kill Lin Feng. But at this moment Fire Dance and the others had already charged over. Lei Qian was the first to attack. Luan Yun used the Thunder God's hammer in his hand and smashed it towards Dugu Di Tian. Chapter 1786. "Kill them!" Dugu Di Tian roared angrily. The cultivators of the Supreme Immortal Sect came back to their senses and attacked Fairy Huowu, Fairy Lian Yu, Fairy Ling Yun, Young Master Ming Yu, Young Master Qiufeng, and Young Master Han Shan. And Dugu Di Tian personally dealt with Lei Gan. Dugu Di Tian's fist shook the 9 heavens. With a punch, he actually used his physical body to fight against Lei Gan's Thunder God hammer. Bang! Both sides collided fiercely. Instantly, an earth-shaking collision sound was heard. Dugu Di Tian was indeed too terrifying. His physical body shook Lei Gan's attack, and he actually forced Lei Gan to retreat. "Haha, I got it." At this moment, Lin Feng held the jade tube in his hand and laughed out loud. The rest of the people were overjoyed. "Kid, the 9 words mantra is mine. If you dare to snatch my 9 words mantra, I will tear you into pieces." After seeing that the jade tube that recorded the cultivation method of the 9 words mantra had been obtained by Lin Feng, Dugu Di Tian roared angrily. Dugu Di Tian had always been an extremely arrogant person. He didn't put anyone in his eyes. Usually, he was high and mighty and looked down on others. When had he ever been so flustered and exasperated? But today, Dugu Di Tian was truly furious. In Dugu Di Tian's eyes, Lin Feng was just an ant. He looked down on Lin Feng. Now that he had schemed and used the sacrificial technique, the inheritance of the 9 words mantra had finally appeared. However, the 9 words mantra was actually snatched away by an ant that he looked down on. It was precisely because of this. He was even more furious. Heaven and earth shaking. Dugu Di Tian's roar shook the mountains and rivers as he punched towards Lin Feng. That terrifying punch swept out. The void seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Dugu Di Tian's attack. This was tyrannical. It was as if an angry imperial emperor was attacking. Facing Dugu Di Tian's attack, Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly put away the jade tube. Then he used the heaven-burning fury, his self-created ultimate skill. 4 types of heaven flames. They instantly merged into one. It turned into a distorted ball of flame. Lin Feng took out a fireball. Bang! Fireball! It directly exploded. Streaks of destructive energy burst out. Waves of air rolled. Dugu Di Tian was completely engulfed by the explosion. The people who were fighting in the distance were all alarmed and turned to look in this direction. Seeing the destructive energy fluctuations, many people were visibly moved. No matter how strong Dugu Di Tian was, it would not be easy for him to deal with such a powerful attack, right? Go! At this time, Lin Feng flew out from the center of the explosion and shouted loudly. Dancing Flame Fairy and the others regained their senses and used all their strength to rush out of the encirclement of the Supreme Immortal Sect cultivators. Then they flew into the distance with Lin Feng. Suddenly, the void trembled. Dugu Diqian descended from the sky and unleashed a heavenly emperor fist at Lin Feng. I knew you had a way to dissolve my burning heaven fury. Seeing Dugu Diqian, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. However, he was not afraid at all. Formation runes intertwined on his palm. All the formation runes fused together and turned into a powerful emperor rune. Facing Dugu Diqian's powerful attack, Lin Feng used the Reincarnation Emperor rune. The Reincarnation Emperor rune flew out and swept towards Dugu Diqian. Bang! When Dugu Diqian's attack landed on the Samsara Emperor rune, it was immediately blocked by the Samsara Emperor rune. The Reincarnation Emperor rune swept through the void. It directly sent Dugu Diqian flying. Then, the Reincarnation Emperor rune continued to grow and turned into a huge formation that enveloped all the experts of the Supreme Immortal Sect, including Dugu Diqian. It's an Emperor rune, an expert of the Supreme Immortal Sect said with a gloomy expression. This person's cultivation realm is not high. How can he control an Emperor rune? Another disciple of the Supreme Immortal Sect said with an ugly expression. Dugu Diqian's expression was also very ugly. They had no choice but to take action against Lin Feng's Emperor rune. Swoosh! Lin Feng used the 8 Directions world to rush into the distance with Fairy Huwu and the others. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. After Dugu Diqian and the others destroyed Lin Feng's Emperor rune, they quickly chased after them. However, after they rushed out of the abyss, Lin Feng and the others had long since disappeared. In a valley, Lin Feng and the others stopped to rest. Junior brother Lin is really amazing. He actually mastered an Emperor rune. Even our sect's patriarchs have not mastered an Emperor rune, right? Legon said in shock. The others were looking at Lin Feng. They couldn't believe their eyes. Emperor runes were too mysterious and powerful. Even a formation grandmaster at the level of a giant god would find it difficult to master an Emperor rune. However, Lin Feng was able to master an Emperor rune. It was too unbelievable. Lin Feng smiled. I was very lucky to be able to master an Emperor rune. Although Lin Feng said so, the others did not think so. To be able to master an Emperor rune meant that Lin Feng's attainments in formations had exceeded their understanding. Everyone was secretly shocked. This junior brother Lin Feng was really a heaven-defying existence. At that moment, Lin Feng took out the jade tube. His divine sense entered the jade tube, and his face lit up. It was indeed the 9 syllables mantra. The jade tube recorded the Lin word of the 9 syllables mantra. Lin, Bingdo, Zha, all in formation. The Lin word was ranked first in the 9 syllables mantra. It was obvious how important the Lin word was. How is it? What is recorded in the jade tube? Everyone looked at Lin Feng expectantly. Lin Feng said, "The Lin word is recorded in it." Everyone's faces lit up. They naturally didn't think that the jade tube would record the complete 9 syllables mantra. One had to know that Taoism only seemed to have mastered 2 or 3 types of 9 syllables mantra. Therefore, they were already satisfied that the jade tube could record 1 type of 9 syllables mantra. Lin Feng took out 7 empty jade tubes and copied the contents of the jade tube he obtained into the 7 jade tubes. Then, he handed the 7 jade tubes to the 7 people. After everyone received the jade tubes, they scattered around to comprehend the mysteries of the Lin word. The first line of the Lin word was that if one wanted to cultivate the Tao, one had to first cultivate one's heart. One's heart must be like a fire and understand the heavenly Tao. The meaning of the first line was that before cultivating the Tao, one had to first cultivate one's heart. The heart here referred to one's inner thoughts, willpower, and so on. These unseen factors often played a crucial role in one's cultivation. Keep your body and mind stable and unmoving. Lin Feng continued reading. Every line of the Lin word contained great principles. The meaning of this line was to remain unmoved in the face of trouble and maintain a strong will that is unmoved and unperturbed. Lin Feng continued reading paragraph by paragraph. There were many parts that were still very obscure and difficult to understand. However, in general, Lin Feng already had a basic understanding of the Lin word. The Lin word focused on cultivating one's heart and would allow a cultivator to understand themselves. The ancient saints also had I reflect on myself 3 times a day. Just like the cultivation method of the Lin word, it cultivated one's heart and Tao. The Lin word could allow a cultivator to embark on a correct path of cultivation and not go astray and end up cultivating bitterly for a lifetime without accomplishing anything. Since ancient times, there had been many talented people. However, how many of them had become emperors? Many people had gone astray on their path of cultivation. However, with the Lin word, one would not go astray on the path of cultivation in the future. If there were no accidents in the future, attaining the Tao and becoming an emperor was also an event with a high probability. Chapter 1787. Of course, there was one thing that Lin Feng was very clear about, and that was how far he could grow in the future. This was something that was uncertain. Nothing in the world was 100% certain. Just like becoming an emperor, who dared to say that it was 100% certain obtaining the cultivation method of the Lin mantra could prevent a cultivator from going astray on the path of cultivation. It could increase a cultivator's chances of becoming an emperor. However, it did not mean that it could definitely help a cultivator become an emperor. As for how far he would grow in the future, it would depend on himself, what he had experienced, and what kind of path he had taken. It was naturally not easy to comprehend the Lin mantra. It would take time. Therefore, Lin Feng and the others could only temporarily understand the mysteries of the Lin mantra. They were not in a hurry to continue comprehending it in the sacred Battle 8 mystic realm. It could be said that it was a pleasant surprise to be able to obtain the cultivation method of the Lin mantra this time. Everyone adjusted their emotions and rested for a while before continuing to head deeper into the mystic realm. Not long after, they saw 2 groups of cultivators fighting in the forest. They were fighting over some kind of treasure that's looming from the 10,000 Arts Immortal sect. I know that guy. Lei Gan pointed at one of the cultivators. The other group seems to be cultivators from the Yin-Yang Union sect. Young Master Han said. The 2 groups of cultivators were fighting very fiercely. No one knew why they were fighting. As one of the 10 great immortal sects, the disciples of the 10 great immortal sects were naturally very powerful. As for the Yin-Yang Union sect, it was one of the most powerful forces among the evil forces. It was also abnormally powerful. The cultivators of the Yin-Yang Union sect were not afraid of the 10,000 Arts Immortal sect. Lin Feng and the others went around the 2 groups of cultivators fighting and continued to head deeper into the mystic realm. Why did so many people come in? Lei Gan frowned slightly and said, "We've already met several groups of cultivators. Even if there's more than one jade talisman to open the sacred Battle 8 mystic realm, those who obtained the jade talisman all entered the sacred Battle 8 mystic realm at about the same time. There are too many strange things about this." Everyone could not help but nod. It was indeed, as Lei Gan said, in between. There were indeed too many strange things. It was worth pondering. Lin Feng said, "Could there be some unforeseen event that we don't know about?" Everyone felt that this was indeed a possibility. Not long after, they ran into another group of cultivators. Lin Feng and the others went up to ask and found out. Originally, there was a Taoist who was auctioning the jade talisman to open the battle's sacred ape mystic realm. That Taoist priest's method was not simple. He was actually able to perfectly copy the exact same jade talisman. It could be said that it was a trick to deceive everyone. Everyone can also enter the sacred battle ape mystic realm through the copied jade talismans. At this moment, someone had a devious idea. He wanted to copy the jade talisman to open the battle's sacred ape mystic realm and sell it to make a fortune. However, the jade talismans copied by the others could not open the battle's sacred ape secret realm at all. Only that Taoist priest had such an ability. The Taoist priest sold the jade talismans to the major forces. During this period of time, it could be said that he had made a windfall. What is that Taoist priest called? Lin Feng asked. He calls himself the immeasurable Taoist. The other parties said, "What the—" After hearing this Taoist name, Lin Feng immediately rolled his eyes. The group of cultivators did not talk much with Lin Feng and quickly left. After the group of cultivators left, Lei Gan said, "Could it be that junior brother Lin knows this immeasurable Taoist?" Lin Feng smiled bitterly and said, "Not only do I know him, but to be honest, he and I are old acquaintances. This guy is the successor of the mountain-moving Taoist." After hearing the words mountain-moving Taoist, the corners of Lei Gan and the others' mouths twitched violently. In the 9 prefectures, there were countless powerful forces. Therefore, there were many experts. After many experts died, there would naturally be many precious burial items in their tombs. Therefore, there were many grave robbers in the 9 prefectures. Among the grave robbers, the most powerful were the mountain-moving Taoist, the Qiuzhonglang, and the Tomb Raider. This situation was very similar to the Tianwu continent. However, the only difference was in the Tianwu continent, the mountain-moving Taoist lineage had basically been cut off. Only the immeasurable Taoist was left. However, in the 9 prefectures, the mountain-moving Taoist lineage was still quite prosperous. Therefore, the cultivators of the 9 prefectures did not have a good impression of these grave robbers who dug up their ancestors' tombs or thought about them all day long. They were the most outstanding representatives of the grave robbers. The mountain-moving Taoist, the Qiuzhonglang, and the Tomb Raider. They were like rats crossing the street. Everyone wanted to beat them up. Although the mountain-moving Taoist lineage is not well-liked, their methods are indeed extraordinary. However, to be able to copy the jade talisman to open the battle's sacred ape's secret realm, such a person is probably very rare even among the mountain-moving Taoists. Fairy Lian, you said, the immeasurable Taoist was a mysterious person. Lin Feng had known the immeasurable Taoist for many years. He felt that he could not see through this person. Moreover, the Tianwu continent's immeasurable Taoist had been angered by excavating the tombs of the various major forces. He had been chased by many forces, but he still lived a carefree life. It seemed that this damned Taoist had never suffered a loss. Lin Feng's group continued deeper into the tomb. One day later, they saw an incomparably huge lake. The lake stretched as far as the eye could see. It was like a boundless sea, a land of great danger. This is a land of great danger. Lin Feng walked beside the lake and said, "This place is a Taotai devouring the sun layout. It's already extremely dangerous, and there's actually such a huge lake in such a layout. This is the dual water dragon layout. If my guess is correct, there might be an ancient tomb under this lake." An ancient tomb. Everyone's eyes lit up. This ancient tomb is extremely dangerous. It must be extremely dangerous, said Lin Feng. Junior brother Lin has extremely profound attainments in feng shui and formations. With junior brother Lin around, even if danger lurks everywhere, he will definitely have a way to escape. Lei Qian grinned. The others also looked at Lin Feng. Everybody wanted to go in and see what was inside. Fairy Dancing Flame said, "If we really find something, it's time for us to leave. More and more cultivators are entering. I'm afraid that something will happen in such a place of great danger, especially those underworld soldiers. I feel very uneasy. When the Blood Demon Secret Realm, one of the top 10 ancient secret realms, appeared, it attracted countless experts. However, for some reason, all the cultivators in the Blood Demon Secret Realm were sacrificed. This Battle Sacred Ape Secret Realm is even stranger than the Blood Demon Secret Realm. We have to be careful." Lin Feng nodded. "All right, let's go in and explore. Whether or not we find anything, we should leave. Anyway, we've already obtained the Lin word, so this trip was not in vain." Then, the group flew towards the depths of the lake. Not long after, a Taoist flew over from afar and landed on the periphery of the lake. This Taoist was slightly plump and looked extremely shrewd. He wore a Taoist robe, and his face was greasy and dirty. If Lin Feng was here, he would definitely recognize this Taoist. It was the immeasurable Taoist. "Tao Tai eats the sun, blood builds the corpse lake. It's just as I predicted. There's an inner lake in the Battle's Sacred Ape Secret Realm. This is a place of great danger. However, there must be an ancient tomb under the lake. It's just that it's hard to say what's in the ancient tomb." The immeasurable Taoist muttered. Then, he soared into the sky and flew towards the depths of the lake. Chapter 1788. Lin Feng and the others flew deeper into the lake. He used Taoist Wu Liang's dragon searching art to locate the tomb, hoping to find out where it was hidden. However, this was not an easy task. The reason for that was because the lake was simply too enormous. After entering the lake, Lin Feng would not find it strange if someone said that the lake was an ocean. As far as the eye could see, blue waves rippled. It was impossible to see the end of the lake. Naturally, it would take a lot of effort to find the tomb in such a huge lake. They went deeper into the lake. Lin Feng and the others saw a huge island. Everyone's spirits rose slightly. "Fairy," Lianhua said, "could the tomb be on the island?" "We'll know after we take a look," Lin Feng said. The group flew toward the island and landed on it. The island was very quiet, and there were no sounds of insects or birds. Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. The island was dense, but there was no sound. Could it be that there were no birds or beasts here? In the distance, cultivators arrived. It was a group of people from the Yin-Yang Union sect. Lin Feng and the others had seen the cultivators from the Yin-Yang Union sect fight with the cultivators from the 10,000 Arts sect. However, they did not know if there was a winner between the two groups. The cultivators from the Yin-Yang Union sect also saw Lin Feng and the others. However, they ignored Lin Feng and the others and directly entered the island. Young Master Hans said, "It seems that this lake will attract many experts." Young Master Chiu Feng said, "There are so many cultivators who entered the Battle's Sacred Ape Secret Realm. Even if we find some fortuitous encounters, it will not be easy to snatch them now." Naturally, the fewer people there were, the better. Because Taoist Wu Liang was peddling jade talismans everywhere, many experts had entered the secret realm. This made everyone rather unhappy with Taoist Wu Liang. Lin Feng said, "Let's go in and take a look, but be careful." Everyone nodded. Then they followed Lin Feng into the island. Look at the coiled mountains. Each coiled mountain was a heavy pass. If there were 1,000 locks on the door, there must be a noble living here. Lin Feng chanted the incantation of the dragon searching formula and went to many places on the island trying to find the ancient tomb, but to no avail. At this moment, news spread that someone had discovered a huge cave residence in the depths of the island. Everyone went forward. By the time Lin Feng and the others arrived, many experts had already gathered. The Yin Yang Union sect, the 10,000 Laws sect, the primitive demon tribe, the absolute beginning demon tribe, the eternal demon hall, and more than a dozen other forces. They were all top-notch forces. There were immortal Tao forces and also fiendish devil forces. Lin Feng even saw experts from the Geomaster branch. Su Chenshan. People called him Elder Dust Mountain, the old ancestor of the Geomaster lineage. Lin Feng had met this person before in the Lost World. Su Chenshan also had many experts by his side. They were all experts from the Geomaster lineage. In the 9 provinces, the lineage of Geomasters was an extremely terrifying force. This was because the formation had a height that other forces could not reach. Therefore, even the 10 great immortal sects would not rashly provoke the Geomaster branch. Lin Feng did not see Dugu Di Tian and the others from the Zenith Immortal sect. He did not know where they had run off to. At this moment, the experts from the various large forces were all looking towards the depths of the mountain range. A huge cave, residents, appeared in their line of sight. On both sides of the cave, residents were 2 Taotai beasts carved from stone. Every Taotai beast was 1,000 meters tall. They were so lifelike that they could shake people's hearts. However, the restrictions were still present, so no one dared to act rashly. Many cultivators treat their cave residences as burial grounds. Could it be here? Fairy Lianyua looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng observed for a while and said, "Although this cave residence is extraordinary, its layout is not enough. This is not the tomb we're looking for." Everyone nodded. At this moment, many cultivators invited Su Chenshan to break the formation. Su Chenshan smiled faintly and said, "This is my rule. Everyone should be aware of it, right?" Su Chenshan's rule was to obtain 3 treasures before breaking the formation. Such a rule was naturally detestable. However, since everyone needed Su Chenshan's help, no matter how unwilling they were, they had no choice. They could only agree to Su Chenshan's harsh request. "We naturally understand the rules." A cultivator said. "That's good." Su Chenshan smiled. Following that, Su Chenshan stepped forward and began to break the formation. Su Chenshan's attainments in formations were indeed impressive. In 2 hours, he successfully broke the formation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Many cultivators rushed into the cave residence. However, there were also some cultivators who did not enter the cave residence. For example, Lin Feng and the others did not enter. Firstly, this cave residence was not their goal. Secondly, their strength could not be compared to the other forces. Therefore, they simply watched from the outside. As soon as the cultivators rushed into the cave residence, they heard miserable screams. "What happened?" young Master Chiofeng said in shock. The cultivators outside looked in the direction of the cave residence in astonishment. Something terrifying must have happened. Many cultivators rushed out from inside. However, the number of people who went in was less than half. Hiss! The cultivators outside sucked in a breath of cold air. Why did so many people die? Inside the cave residence? What exactly was it? After these cultivators escaped, black fog surged out. In the black fog, there were densely packed Netherworld soldiers. Holy shit! Is this cave abode connected to the passageway to the Netherworld? Lin Feng exclaimed. He had long known that this was a place of great danger. As expected, he was right. Fortunately, they did not enter the cave residence. Lin Feng and the others did not dare to stay any longer. They quickly rushed to the periphery of the island. Many surrounding cultivators also rushed to the periphery of the island. At this moment, something terrifying happened. Kacha, kacha, kacha. Sounds could be heard from the dense forest. Then, one by one, skeletal hands reached out from the ground. Then, one by one, skeletal creatures. They sat up from the ground. At a glance, the entire island was filled with skeletal creatures. Those skeletal creatures held all kinds of weapons and pounced on the cultivators on the island. Ah! Miserable cries could be heard one after another. Many cultivators were drowned by the skeletal creatures and were instantly killed. Great mercy, infinite Mahanata, boundless Buddha's light, add to my body. Lin Feng let out a long roar. Boundless Buddha's light surged out from his body. Above him, a gigantic Buddha appeared. Om Mani Padme Hum. The huge Buddha chanted Buddhist scriptures, and his tongue emitted golden thunder. The densely packed skeletal creatures could not resist and retreated like the tide. Many cultivators' spirits were lifted. They followed behind Lin Feng and rushed out of the island. However, when they rushed out of the island and saw the scene in front of them, they were all pale as paper. Outside, it was as if it had turned into a world of hell. The huge lake had turned into a blood-red lake, emitting a strong stench. In the blood lake, there were countless corpses floating. After they rushed out of the island, the group of people rushed out. The corpses in the blood lake all opened their eyes. Chapter 1789. Oh my God! Is this hell? A cultivator said with a trembling voice, looking at the densely packed corpses. His face was full of shock. It was simply too shocking. There were so many corpses. The corpses all floated up, their eyes cold like ghosts. On the island, the densely packed skeletal creatures also quickly rushed out. Now that everyone was surrounded, there was no other way but to break out. The huge Buddha, the Buddha light was dazzling. Billions of Buddha light descended. Many corpses were forced to retreat. Everyone followed behind Lin Feng and rushed out. Amit Ba, good. Suddenly, at this moment, behind the endless sea of corpses, there was an endless sea of them. An old monk walked out step by step. Half of the old monk's body had already festered. Only half of his head was left. He should have turned into a ghost or demon monk long ago. However, now the old monk's body was still surrounded by Buddha light, looking incomparably sacred. The appearance of this monk made Lin Feng's expression become solemn. Benefactor, you cultivate my Buddhist magic, but you help the wicked. Benefactor, you have fallen into the demonic path. Now, this poor monk has decided to help you put down the butcher's knife and cross the sea of bitterness. The old monk stepped out and put his palms together. Endless Buddha light gushed out from his body. A flickering light flickered in his eyes. He was like the reincarnation of a divine monk from ancient times. When Lin Feng saw the old monk, he felt a dangerous aura. He shouted in a deep voice, "Retreat quickly!" Dancing Flame Fairy and the others nodded and quickly retreated. At this moment, the old monk suddenly stretched out his right hand. In his palm, a swastika character condensed. How is this possible? When he saw the swastika character, Lin Feng's face revealed an expression of disbelief. It was rumored that the Lord of the Buddhist world was born with the swastika character in his hand. In Buddhism, the swastika character represented the noble and sacred. Now, the old Buddha in front of him actually held the swastika character in his hand. Lin Feng was shocked. This old Buddha couldn't be the Lord of the Buddhist world, right? But how was that possible? The Lord of the Buddhist world was still in the great thunderclap temple, but it wouldn't appear here. However, the situation in front of him was indeed very strange. What was even more bizarre and terrifying was the swastika in the hands of the old monk was initially shrouded in a Buddhist light that was incomparably sacred. demonic chi surged. He had become extremely evil. In the end, half of the swastika shone with golden light, while the other half was shrouded in darkness. The dazzling golden half represented justice. The half that was shrouded in darkness represented evil. Bang! This attack slammed into Lin Feng's gigantic Buddha. Maha immeasurable! The gigantic Buddha's roar shook the heavens and earth as Buddhist light gushed out continuously. He wanted to block the old monk's attack. However, in the end, it was all for naught. The huge Buddha exploded. The old monk's attack was aimed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't dare to hesitate and exchanged a palm strike with the old monk. In an instant, he was sent flying. Wow! Even with Lin Feng's cultivation, he couldn't withstand the old monk's attack. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as paper. The old monk's attack was simply too powerful. Roar! Roar! At the same time, the densely packed corpses let out beast-like roars. The skeletal creatures on the island also charged out in an orderly manner. The most terrifying thing was that the nether soldiers in the depths were about to rush out, break out. Many cultivators roared loudly. They fought with the densely packed corpses and the skeletal army. However, there were too many corpses and skeletal creatures. A lot of people were scattered. Lin Feng looked around. There were corpses and skeletal creatures everywhere. There was no sign of Dancing Flame, Fairy, and the others. Damn it! He couldn't help but curse in a low voice. His expression was extremely gloomy. Benefactor, if you want to be reborn in paradise, you need to let go of the past. The old monk walked over and locked onto Lin Feng. He once again slapped towards Lin Feng. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to look for Dancing Flame, Fairy, and the others. However, now he was entangled by this old monk. He had no time to look for Dancing Flame, Fairy, and the others. 9 Demons Diagram. He took out the 9 Demons Diagram and charged towards the old monk. The old monk sent the 9 Demons Diagram flying with a palm strike. Then, he instantly arrived in front of Lin Feng. Following that, he struck out another palm strike towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng used the 9 slashes of the Demon Emperor, an Emperor technique, to attack the old monk. However, this old monk's strength was close to an abnormal level. Both sides clashed. With a crack, Lin Feng's arm was directly broken. Even his bones were exposed. He was completely suppressed in the battle with this old monk. Lin Feng knew that he was no match for this old monk. He circulated his immortal divine body to recover from his injuries, then quickly rushed out. It was difficult for him to split his attention to look for Dancing Flame, Fairy, and the others. However, their strength was not bad, and they all had trump cards. They should be able to escape. On the other hand, he was being targeted by the old monk and wanted to escape. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Benefactor, this poor monk has helped you cross the sea of bitterness. Why are you so stubborn and refuse this poor monk's good intentions? The old monk quickly chased after him and asked. Lin Feng coldly looked at the old monk. Since you are already dead, you should turn into dust and return to heaven and earth. Instead of pretending to be a virtuous gentleman and an enlightened monk, I think you were not a good person when you were alive. You are most likely an evil monk. The old monk was furious. The golden Buddhist light that surged out of his body instantly turned into a black, demonic light. He coldly said, "This poor monk helped you cross the sea of bitterness out of kindness, but you speak so viciously. An ungrateful person, like you should go to hell." As soon as he finished speaking, palm after palm struck towards Lin Feng. 9 Demons Picture. Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. The 9 demons picture soared into the sky, blocking the old monk's attack. At the same time, Lin Feng brought out the revered sword Tumigan. For treasured swords quickly flew out and directly slashed towards the old monk. Vajra Undying Seal. Suddenly, the old monk shouted loudly. His body instantly turned golden. After the 4 treasured swords slashed the old monk's body, it was as if they had slashed a magic treasure. Clanging sounds were heard. They were unable to cause any damage to the old monk's body. No way. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng could not help but feel his scalp go numb. It was hard to imagine how terrifying this old monk was when he was alive. World Buddha Seal. The old monk repeatedly formed seals with both hands, displaying a new Buddhist seal. This Buddhist seal, it condensed into an ancient Buddha. The Buddha sat cross-legged with his palms facing the sky. It was suppressed. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt his body being suppressed in midair, unable to move. Meanwhile, the old monk was charging towards him at high speed. Chapter 1790. The old monk attacked. The situation was critical. The old monk threw a punch at Lin Feng. At that critical moment, Lin Feng's expression changed. The void trembled. The godly state clone stepped out of the void with the great barren war spear in his hand and swept it towards the old monk. The godly state clone had broken through to the 8th heaven of the true God realm. The reason why the godly state clone improved so quickly was that Lin Feng didn't absorb the power of faith generated in the various temples. Instead, he let the divine clone absorb the power of faith. Therefore, the godly state clone's cultivation broke through to the 8th heaven of the true God realm in a short time. With the godly state clone's strength and a treasure like the great barren war spear, the attack power was naturally not to be underestimated. The old monk had to stop to block the attack of the godly state clone. The old monk attacked with his palm. His palm collided with the great barren war spear. The powerful force caused the great desolate war spear, a supreme treasure, to bend. Bang! Suddenly, the bent great barren war spear straightened instantly. The powerful force directly sent the godly state clone flying. The hands of the doppelganger at the divinity realm were cracked. Blood immediately flowed out. The old monk was too powerful. The godly state clone couldn't threaten the old monk at all. However, the godly state clone delayed the old monk for a moment. Lin Feng used this time to perform the heaven patching technique. He borrowed another chance from the heavens. He used the heaven patching technique to dissolve the suppression of the world Buddha seal and then quickly retreated. The old monk walked towards Lin Feng step by step and said in a gloomy voice, "It's useless. All your resistance is destined to be in vain." The old monk was about to condense a new attack towards Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng hurriedly performed the Reincarnation Emperor rune. Waves of violent fluctuations swept through the world. The Reincarnation Emperor rune flew out quickly. It swept towards the old monk. The old monk attacked the Reincarnation Emperor rune with his palm. Bang! The powerful palm strike landed on the Reincarnation Emperor rune, but failed to destroy it. Lin Feng was delighted. It was indeed a supreme emperor rune. The old monk was such a terrifying existence. He couldn't destroy the Reincarnation Emperor rune. "Let's go!" Lin Feng roared. The godly state clone turned into a stream of light and flew into his body. After that, Lin Feng controlled the 9 demons painting and the regal sword grave and quickly left. Amidst the horde of zombies, he carved out a bloody path. Just as he arrived at the edge of the lake, he saw an endless amount of black fog covering the sky. The old monk quickly chased after him. When Lin Feng saw the old monk, he sped up and ran away. If the old monk caught up with him, he would die. At that time, it would be harder to get rid of the old heavens. Luckily, Lin Feng was fast enough and managed to get rid of the old monk. The old monk who had lost Lin Feng roared furiously. In the end, the old monk returned the way he came. Lin Feng stopped in the middle of a forest and laid down on a smooth stone to rest. I wonder how Dancing Flame Fairy and the others are doing? However, when he thought about it, the methods of these people were not ordinary people. It shouldn't be a problem to escape, so he was a little relieved. He planned to leave the Sacred Battle Ape secret realm, although he didn't find the tomb under the Blood Lake. He even went through a dangerous situation where he narrowly escaped death. However, it was a heaven-defying opportunity to obtain the true incantation of Lin of the 9 syllables. Even if he left now, Lin Feng was quite satisfied. He was about to leave. Suddenly, he saw a demonic light soaring into the sky. Help! Who can save me? Someone kind, please save me. There was a terrifying demonic corpse in the black fog. The demonic corpse's aura was exactly the same as the corpse in the Blood Lake. It was obviously a corpse that rushed out of the Blood Lake. The cultivator, who was running and shouting for help, was Immeasurable Taoist. Lin Feng's mouth twitched when he saw Immeasurable Taoist. This damned Taoist had also entered the Blood Lake and attracted such a terrifying demonic corpse to chase after him. Bang! The demonic corpse caught up to Immeasurable Taoist and sent him flying with a palm strike. Immeasurable Taoist's body flew hundreds of meters, breaking dozens of trees before falling to the ground. Those bastards who heard my cries for help but still hid and didn't come out to save me, I curse you all to be chased by the demonic corpse. Immeasurable Taoist cursed loudly. This damned Taoist is really wicked. No one else has the obligation to save you. Not only did he not save you, he even cursed him. I also curse you to be beaten up by the demonic corpse until half of your body is paralyzed. Lin Feng muttered fiercely in his heart. The demonic corpse pounced towards Immeasurable Taoist. Immeasurable Taoist shouted, "If a tiger doesn't show its might, do you think I'm a sick cat?" Immediately after, the corner of Immeasurable Taoist's mouth twitched violently, revealing an extremely pained expression. He took out a yellow talisman. Then the talisman burned. The talisman burned and turned into a ball of golden energy. The ball of golden energy enveloped the demonic corpse. Chi, 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 chi. A terrifying scene appeared. The demonic corpse's body actually began to burn. Roar, roar, roar. The demonic corpse let out a series of painful roars. The powerful demonic corpse, it was actually unable to resist. In the end, it was reduced to ashes. Immeasurable Taoist sat on the ground and wanted to cry but had no tears. My mystic emperor talisman. It was used up just like that. Damn demonic corpse. I curse you to never be reincarnated. After cursing for a while, Immeasurable Taoist got up from the ground and patted his butt. Then he soared into the sky. He flew in the direction of the Blood Lake. This damned Taoist is a shrewd fellow. It wasn't easy for him to escape. Why did he run in the direction of the Blood Lake? Isn't he walking right into a trap? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Immeasurable Taoist's personality was to run wherever there were benefits, wherever there was danger. He would quickly hide as far away as possible. Now that the Blood Lake was so dangerous, Immeasurable Taoist still ran towards it. There was definitely a demon behind this abnormality. Lin Feng felt that Immeasurable Taoist must have some unspeakable secret, which was why he took the risk to go to the Blood Lake. He quietly followed behind Immeasurable Taoist, waiting for them to return to the Blood Lake. The Blood Lake had changed greatly. The lake stretched as far as the eye could see, and blue waves rippled. The blood-colored lake and countless corpses from before seemed to have never appeared here. So strange, Yi Fuqian murmured. Lin Feng frowned Slightly. This blood lake was much more strange and terrifying than he had imagined. Immeasurable Taoist flew towards the depths of the blood lake. Lin Feng used the void travel technique to follow behind Immeasurable Taoist. Finally, Immeasurable Taoist arrived at the island. Then he dived into the blood lake. Lin Feng stopped on the island, frowning slightly as he pondered. Immeasurable, you celestial sovereign, save me. Not long after, Immeasurable Taoist rushed out from the depths of the blood lake, shouting with a face full of fear. An extremely terrifying aura was emitted from the blood lake. A man wielding an immortal sword stepped out. With a light wave of his sword, it seemed to be able to cut down the stars in the outer realms. The man wielded the immortal sword and slashed at Immeasurable Taoist. To Lin Feng's horror, the man wielding the immortal sword was also a corpse. Chapter 17, 91. The man wielding the immortal sword was abnormally powerful. He was like an immortal corpse, and he emitted fluctuations that caused one's heart to tremble. The sword energy split the sky apart. It enveloped Wuliang Daoist, making it difficult for him to dodge. Wuliang Daoist was so frightened that he began to cry out. This damned Daoist always liked to panic. He had many tricks up his sleeve, and in this moment of danger, he took out a small cauldron. It was a small golden cauldron, and it emitted shocking fluctuations. The golden cauldron had a powerful divine aura, and it blocked the terrifying sword energy. Wuliang Daoist then fled into the distance. The immortal corpse did not chase after Wuliang Daoist. Instead, it turned around and entered the bottom of the lake. *CK, that scared me to death. Wuliang Daoist shouted with lingering fear. He then cursed for a while before flying back to the island and sitting on the ground. Suddenly, Wuliang Daoist seemed to sense something, and he jumped up. He coldly looked at the forest and said, "Who is it who's hiding in the dark? Come out." Lin Feng walked out and said, "I was standing in the forest and watching you get chased by the immortal corpse. I wasn't hiding in the forest." When he saw Lin Feng, Wuliang Daoist couldn't help but roll his eyes. "I was wondering why my right eyelid kept twitching. So it's because I met a jinx like you." Lin Feng pursed his lips. "You're the one who dug up other people's ancestral tombs. You've done too many immoral things, so bad luck is about to befall you." Daoist Wuliang was furious. "How many times have I told you? I'm an archaeologist. Excavating ancient tombs is the contribution to archaeology. Since it's a contribution to archaeology, how can you say I'm immoral? Truly, shameless people were invincible." Wuliang Daoist was such a shameless person, digging up other people's ancestral tombs. He could also be called an archaeologist. How could he be so thick-skinned? Lin Feng didn't continue arguing with Wuliang Daoist on this topic. He looked at the lake and asked, "What did you find at the bottom of the lake?" Daoist Wuliang knew that Lin Feng had learned their lineage's dragon-seeking art, so he must have discovered the tomb here. The boundless Taoist said, "I haven't seen the tomb yet. After I went down, I saw an underground canyon, and I guessed that the tomb might be in the depths of the canyon. However, there were 10 or so corpses lying in the canyon, and when I entered, I accidentally disturbed one of the corpses. You saw that I was almost cut in half by that corpse's sword. This lake is really strange. The corpses that have been dead for so long are still so powerful. Did you see the clothes of that corpse just now? From what I remember, those are the clothes of cultivators from the immortal era." Lin Feng said. Taoist Wuliang nodded and said, "He is indeed a figure from that era. That's why it's even more surprising. That era was far too long ago, yet the corpses of the dead were still able to come back to life. and they were even so powerful. It was truly strange to the extreme. As expected of an ominous place where two waters trapped a dragon, before, the lake turned into a lake of blood, and there were corpses everywhere. Why is it that now that the lake has returned to normal, the corpses have disappeared? Asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng was puzzled. Although Taoist Wu Liang wasn't very reliable, he was very experienced and knowledgeable. I guess that this lake of blood has its own law of order. The power of the law of order is often very strange. Hiding those corpses or turning the lake into a lake of blood shouldn't be difficult. Taoist Wu Liang said. Lin Feng nodded. The lake of blood was too strange. It made one's heart uneasy. How many secrets were hidden in the lake of blood? It was still unknown. However, Lin Feng didn't come here to find out the secrets of the lake of blood. He came for the Great Tomb. He hoped to gain something from the Great Tomb. About 2 hours later, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang entered the depths of the lake. In the depths of the lake, Lin Feng did indeed see a large canyon at the bottom of the lake. He and Taoist Wu Liang landed in the canyon at the bottom of the lake and saw a dozen or so corpses lying in the canyon. There were both men and women among the corpses. The men were handsome and confident. The women were peerlessly beautiful. They didn't look like ordinary people, but like immortals. They died with immortal energy on their bodies. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang were very careful, afraid that they would disturb these corpses. Once they were disturbed, the consequences would be unimaginable. The two carefully passed through the area where the corpses were. This time, they didn't disturb the corpses. They let out a long breath. Then, they quickly walked into the depths of the canyon. In the depths of the canyon, there was a cave. It was densely covered with restrictions. You'll break the formation. Taoist Wu Liang looked at Lin Feng. He knew that Lin Feng was the successor of the Celestial Master Sect. Although he was also very proficient in formations, compared to Lin Feng, the successor of the Celestial Master Sect, he was still a little lacking. Lin Feng went forward to break the formation. After about 4 hours, he successfully broke the formation and entered the cave with Taoist Wu Liang. The passage was extremely deep. It was also extremely spacious. Not long after, a stone door appeared in front of them. The stone door was still densely covered with restrictions. Lin Feng went forward to break the restrictions. Just like that, he broke the restrictions on 15 stone doors in a row. However, he still didn't reach the end. He didn't find anything of value. Taoist Wu Liang immediately cried out, "Damn, why are there so many stone doors in this damned place?" Lin Feng said, "I worked so hard to break the restrictions on the stone doors and didn't even say anything, and you still have the nerve to complain here. When we find the treasure later, I'll take 60%, and you'll take 40%. Uft, in your dreams." Taoist Wu Liang was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He cried out, "The dragon search formula you've cultivated isn't complete. It's not easy for you to locate the Great Tomb. You only managed to enter the Great Tomb because I brought you in. I think I should take 60%, and you should take 40%. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, "Why don't you die?" Next, he broke 3 more stone doors in a row. After breaking through a total of 18 stone doors, they finally arrived at a huge mountainside. In the middle of the mountain, there was a coffin. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang's eyes lit up as they quickly entered the mountain. They pushed open the coffin. At that moment, a rainbow-colored light flashed from the coffin and disappeared. The expert turned into a rainbow and dispersed. The coffin opened, and the last rainbow disappeared from the world. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, Lin Feng said. Next, his gaze was attracted to the items inside the coffin. There were two items inside the coffin. One was a scroll, and the other was a bronze seal. Anything that could be placed here by that expert was definitely not simple. Lin Feng took the scroll, while Taoist Wu Yang took the bronze seal. This wasn't a place to stay for long, so they headed outside. However, as soon as they reached the exit of the mountain, swoosh, swoosh, two flying swords shot toward Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Yang as fast as lightning. They were too fast, and there was no way to dodge. Someone launched a sneak attack in the dark, wanting to behead the two of them directly. Chapter 1792. Heaven Patching Technique. Swish. Lin Feng grabbed Immeasurable Taoist and disappeared without a trace, narrowly avoiding the terrifying attack. The opponent's flying sword slashed at empty space. Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist retreated to the belly of the mountain. Immeasurable Taoist cursed in exasperation. Which bastard dared to hide outside and sneak attack me? Humph! A cold snort was heard. Then, more than 10 cultivators rushed into the belly of the mountain. Tell me your name. I don't kill nameless people. Immeasurable Taoist sneered. Geomaster faction. Su Qinshan, the leading old man, said coldly. Immeasurable Taoist trembled in fear when he heard the name. Clearly, he had heard of Su Qinshan before. Among the experts of the Geomaster faction, Su Qinshan was more active. His figure could be seen in many places. His favorite thing to do was to go to various secret and dangerous places. Then, many people would look for him to break some difficult restrictions. At that time, Su Qinshan would mention his principle of taking 3 treasures first. Over the years, Su Qinshan, this old thing, had obtained many treasures. Lin Feng did not expect to meet Su Qinshan here. It was not the first time he had seen Su Qinshan, but they had not interacted before. Cough, cough. Is there a misunderstanding? Immeasurable Taoist immediately put on a smile. Su Qinshan looked at Immeasurable Taoist with disdain. The mountain-moving Taoist faction is indeed a bunch of lowly Taoists. You've lost even the most basic backbone. Immeasurable Taoist was not angry at being ridiculed. Instead, he said calmly, "What's backbone? Can it be eaten? Your life is more important." The cultivators of the Geomaster faction looked at Immeasurable Taoist with disdain. Su Qinshan looked at Lin Feng and said, "A few years ago, when the sea route between the 9 prefectures and the Tianwu continent was opened, the disciples of the Tianwu continent's master lineage came to the 9 prefectures to seek refuge with the main lineage. They brought news that the Tianwu continent's master lineage's inheritance had appeared. Looking at the way you broke the array, it was the Tianwu continent's master lineage's technique. That master lineage must be you, right? The leader of the East Sea Cultivator Army of the Sky Martial Continent, Lin Feng." Lin Feng said faintly, "You are quite familiar with me. To be precise, my Earth Master lineage is very familiar with every successor of your Heavenly Master lineage. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. I'll give you a chance. As long as you hand over the inheritance of the Heavenly Master's bloodline, I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, once I catch you, I'll have countless ways to make you beg for death." Su Qinshan said sinisterly. "Old turtle, it's still too early to be happy," Lin Feng said with a sneer. "You dare to insult me by calling me an old turtle?" Su Qinshan was slightly taken aback before his face turned ashen. He had always been a lofty figure. Who dared to insult him? Moreover, the insults were so harsh. Lin Feng said, "Haha, I'm sorry. I was wrong. How can you be an old turtle? Calling you an old turtle is an insult to an old turtle. Capture this little bastard for me. I want this little bastard to suffer a fate worse than death." Su Qinshan roared furiously. "Yes, Immediately, the experts of the Earth Master lineage pounced on Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist. I'm innocent. Spare me. I'm willing to join you to deal with this brat. Wu Liang Daoist shouted. Lin Feng kicked Wu Liang Daoist and sent him flying into the crowd. Die! The cultivators of the Earth Master lineage showed no mercy when dealing with Wu Liang Daoist. All sorts of powerful divine abilities were unleashed. Wu Liang Daoist looked ferocious. A bunch of bastards. Didn't I say that I would join you to deal with that brat Lin Feng? Since you dare to attack me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Wu Liang Daoist took out a dragon head golden scissors. The dragon head golden scissors let out a dragon's roar before cutting at the cultivators. The dragon head golden scissors were as fast as lightning. Crack! Crack! The scissors were cut 3 times in a row. Slash! 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 The heads of the 3 experts of the Earth Master lineage were instantly cut off. Activate your treasures and kill him, Su Qinshan said in a deep voice. He could tell that Wu Liang Daoist was not that easy to deal with. Moreover, based on his understanding of the Earth Master lineage, he knew that Lin Feng must have many powerful techniques up his sleeves. By the time Lin Feng made his move, the experts of the Earth Master lineage would not be able to deal with Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist. By then, there would be more casualties. Therefore, Su Qinshan did not continue to stand there and watch the show. Instead, he flew towards Lin Feng, personally dealing with Lin Feng. Su Qinshan was at the heaven god realm, his attainments in array formations. Unfathomable. In the face of such a powerful existence, Yi Zichen was stunned. Lin Feng was no match for Su Qinshan. However, Lin Feng had his trump card. That was the Emperor Mark. When Su Qinshan attacked, Lin Feng used the Reincarnation Emperor Mark. Swoosh! There was a flash of light. The Reincarnation Emperor Mark swept towards Su Qinshan. This is the Emperor Mark? How is that possible? You're only at the Divine Fire realm. How can you master the Emperor Mark? Su Qinshan roared in disbelief. However, Su Qinshan remembered that Lin Feng was the successor of the Earth Master lineage. The Earth Master lineage's attainments in array formations had reached a level that no one else could reach. As the successor of the Earth Master lineage, Lin Feng was able to master the Emperor Mark. It did not seem unacceptable. After so many years, the Earth Master lineage had indeed obtained some inheritance from the Earth Master lineage. However, the Earth Master lineage did not obtain the foundation of the Earth Master lineage, the Stone Emperor Sutra. The Stone Emperor Sutra was a cultivation technique recorded in the Stone Emperor Sutra, the sacred artifact of the Earth Master lineage. The Stone Emperor Sutra was similar to the primordial dragon-esque elephant art. The Stone Emperor Sutra was the foundation of the Earth Master lineage's cultivation. The deduction of array formations, comprehension, and so on were all deduced based on the cultivation technique recorded in the Stone Emperor Sutra. The Stone Emperor Sutra was Su Qinshan's target. Su Qinshan could not wait to capture Lin Feng because he wanted to interrogate him about the cultivation method of the Stone Emperor Sutra. Bang! Following a violent collision, Su Qinshan was pushed back by the Emperor Mark that Lin Feng had used. After the Emperor Mark stopped Su Qinshan, Lin Feng took out the 9 demons painting and broke out of the encirclement with immeasurable Daoist. Bang! 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 A series of violent collisions were heard. Lin Feng and immeasurable Daoist finally broke through the encirclement of the Earth Master lineage experts. They quickly rushed out. The 2 of them rushed out of the lake. Immeasurable Daoist turned around and flew into the distance. This was in line with immeasurable Daoist style. He would snatch any benefits he saw and run when he saw danger. He did not want to stay with Lin Feng and be chased by Su Qinshan. Immeasurable Taoist waved his hand and shouted, "Kid, the Earth Master lineage is extremely powerful. Be careful. Don't die too early. I'll definitely live longer than you." Lin Feng pursed his lips and flew in another direction. The two of them had not flown far when Su Qinshan and the others rushed out of the lake. Su Qinshan looked gloomily at Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist, who had separated. He said coldly, "You guys go after that Taoist. I'll go after that kid from the Earth Master lineage." "Yes, Patriarch." The group of people responded and chased after Immeasurable Taoist. Su Qinshan, on the other hand, chased after Lin Feng. Chapter 17, 93. "Kid, you can't run away. There's no place for you in this world." A sinister voice came from behind. Lin Feng looked behind him and saw Su Qinshan chasing after him. That old bastard was extremely fast. It would not be easy to shake him off. 3 days and 3 nights. Lin Feng had not been able to shake Su Qinshan off. Isn't that old man Qinshan? He's actually chasing after a young cultivator. What's going on? Many people in the sacred battle ape mystic realm saw this scene and could not help but feel puzzled. Lin Feng shouted, "That old bastard Su Qinshan saw that I had a treasure and had evil intentions. He tried to sneak an attack on me, but he failed to kill me. That old bastard then chased after me. Everyone, don't be fooled by this hypocritical old bastard in the future. He's already so old, but he's still chasing after a junior like me. He's a disgrace to his ancestors." Many people looked at each other in dismay. If what Lin Feng said was true, then an expert of the older generation like Su Qinshan would sneak an attack on a young cultivator in order to kill him and steal his treasure, and then chase after a young cultivator after his failed sneak attack. It was really too embarrassing. Many people pointed at Su Qinshan and whispered. Su Qinshan was originally very famous and was considered a person of virtue and prestige. However, after Lin Feng shouted at him, he became even more disgraced. Many people looked at Su Qinshan with disdain. Su Qinshan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He shouted, "Everyone, please don't listen to this little bastard's nonsense. This little bastard sneaked an attack on a disciple of my Earthmaster lineage and cruelly killed him. Then he stole his treasure. I'm now avenging the disciple of the Earthmaster lineage." So that's how it is. I was wondering why Old Man Qinshan would do such a shameless thing. Now, Old Man Qinshan has come forward to explain that it was that kid who started the rumor and slandered Old Man Qinshan. A cultivator immediately said. Many people nodded. Everyone felt that an important figure like Old Man Qinshan would not lie to them. Seeing that the surrounding cultivators believed him, Old Man Qinshan let out a long sigh. Buddha fights for an incense. Everyone lived for their reputation. Su Qinshan naturally cherished his reputation very much. Lin Feng shouted, "Su Qinshan, you shameless old man. Do you dare swear on your ancestors' names to prove that what you just said is true?" The corner of Su Qinshan's mouth twitched. How could he possibly do such a thing? Insulting one's own ancestor was punishable by being struck by lightning. When everyone saw that Su Qinshan did not dare to swear in the name, they immediately went. F***CK. I believed Su Qinshan's words just now. I didn't expect to be deceived by this old man. Su Qinshan, you're really shameless. Su Qinshan, you're an ancestor of the Geomaster branch, but you actually sneak attacked a junior in order to kill him and steal his treasures. Even after you failed, you still pursued him relentlessly. You've completely embarrassed the Geomaster branch. many cultivators cursed. Su Chunshan was so angry that his whole body trembled. Now that everyone was pointing fingers at him, he blamed all of this on Lin Feng. "Little bastard, I'm going to cut you into pieces. Cut you into pieces." Su Chunshan cursed loudly and quickly chased after Lin Feng. "Hero, please save me. Help me block this old bastard, Su Chunshan." Lin Feng looked at the surrounding cultivators. The surrounding cultivators mocked Su Chunshan. They were happy to do such a thing. After all, there were so many people. No matter how powerful Su Chunshan was, would he dare to offend so many people? Su Chunshan was not stupid. Naturally, he would not dare to do so. But to ask these cultivators to help Lin Feng deal with Su Chunshan, it was simply a fool's dream. A group of people who refused to help. "I curse you all to be hunted down." Lin Feng cursed and flew into the distance. "Damn, kid, how can you say that? I think this kid is the same as Su Chunshan. They're not good people." Many people shouted and cursed loudly. Lin Feng fled for another 3 days and 3 nights, but he still could not get rid of Su Chunshan. This caused his heart to sink. Su Chunshan's cultivation was too powerful. He would definitely not be able to defeat Su Chunshan. Now, Lin Feng was faced with 2 options. The first was to leave the Sacred Battle Ape secret realm. The second was to enter the depths of the Sacred Battle Ape secret realm. After leaving the secret realm, Su Chunshan would chase him all the way out. At that time, he would still not be able to get rid of Su Chunshan. Therefore, Lin Feng gave up on this plan. Then, only the second option was left. Lin Feng planned to go deep into the Sacred Battle Ape secret realm. Perhaps there was a place densely packed with ultimate killing arrays in the Sacred Battle Ape secret realm. At that time, he could use the ultimate killing arrays and the Dwarch inscriptions to deal with Su Chunshan. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that Su Chunshan's attainments in array formations were profound. It was almost impossible to kill him with the ultimate killing array. However, Lin Feng did not think of using the ultimate killing array to kill Su Chunshan. It would be enough if the ultimate killing array and the Dwarch inscriptions could trap Su Chunshan. That way, he would have a chance to escape. After making up his mind, Lin Feng quickly flew toward the depths of the Sacred Battle Ape secret realm. Su Chunshan seemed to have guessed Lin Feng's plan. Therefore, he sped up, not wanting to give Lin Feng such a chance. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and sped up as well. Su Chunshan sneered and said, "You've been running for so long, yet you still dare to exhaust your dermic powers. If you can't find the ultimate killing array you're looking for, you'll die even faster." Lin Feng sneered and said, "Don't be smug too early. It's not certain who will emerge victorious yet." Another 5 days passed as the chase continued. Lin Feng's dermic powers were severely depleted. Su Chunshan was only 1,500 meters away from him. It seemed like it was only a matter of time before he caught up to him. "Have you thought about how you're going to die?" Su Chunshan laughed sinisterly. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy as he continued to rush toward the depths of the secret realm. After passing through a dense forest, Su Chunshan was only 800 meters away from him. At most, he could last for 2 more hours before Su Chunshan caught up to him. Lin Feng's expression became increasingly gloomy. However, he would not give up. He continued to fly toward the depths of the secret realm. An hour later, Lin Feng saw a continuous range of mountains. The pitch-black mountain peaks looked extremely demonic. There was a 1,000-meter tall stone ape statue at the top of the main peak. The stone ape stood tall and proud. It refused to obey heaven and earth. It did not fear ghosts and gods. Its body emitted a powerful aura that seemed capable of fighting heaven and earth. "Is that the statue of the Sacred Battle Ape?" When Lin Feng saw the stone ape statue, he was shocked. He quickly rushed toward the main peak. However, as soon as he entered the outer region of the mountain range, he realized that the dermic powers in his body had been sealed. At that moment, Su Qinshan had also rushed into the area enveloped by the mountain range. He also realized that his dermic powers had been sealed. Sealed dermic powers. It's so strange. Su Qinshan frowned. Lin Feng quickly rushed toward the depths of the secret realm. Su Qinshan did not retreat. Instead, he chased after Lin Feng. In the end, Lin Feng stopped at the foot of the mountain. Su Qinshan walked over step by step and sneered. "Why aren't you running anymore?" Lin Feng looked at Su Qinshan coldly. "I don't want to run anymore. I'm going to take your life here." Ha ha ha! Su Qinshan laughed disdainfully. He looked at Lin Feng mockingly and said disdainfully, "What a ridiculous and stupid guy. Do you think you can compete with me because you can't use your strength here? You think you can compete with me? I'm a heavenly god, and you're just a divine fire realm cultivator. What do you have to fight me? With my dermic powers sealed, I can kill you as easily as killing a dog with my powerful heavenly god physical body." Chapter 1794. Su Qinshan could be said to be extremely arrogant now. In his eyes, Lin Feng was already a turtle in a jar. There was absolutely no way for him to escape. Lin Feng looked at Su Qinshan with disdain. Su Qinshan, this old thing, had an unfathomable cultivation level in the heavenly god realm. Even 100 of him together would not be a match for this old thing. However, the situation was different now. If it was a competition of physical strength, Lin Feng would not be afraid of Su Qinshan. This was because Lin Feng's physical body was only one step away from the heavenly god realm. It was even stronger than Su Qinshan's physical body. It could be said to be a heaven-defying physical body. This was one of Lin Feng's trump cards. Su Qinshan wanted to see fear in Lin Feng's eyes. However, Su Qinshan saw mockery instead. This made Su Qinshan extremely angry. In Su Qinshan's eyes, Lin Feng was definitely going to die. At this time, Lin Feng still dared to look at him with a mocking gaze. Su Qinshan was naturally extremely angry. He wanted to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces and cut him into 8 pieces. He walked towards Lin Feng step by step and directly used the goshawk capturing dragon martial art technique. His hands were clenched into eagle claws, and he grabbed Lin Feng's left shoulder and neck respectively. Su Qinshan used the goshawk capturing dragon martial art technique vigorously. He really seemed to have turned into a goshawk. This person had cultivated a trace of charm to the martial art technique. He was even more powerful than the most powerful martial arts master in the secular world. If Lin Feng did not use his Dharma power and only used his physical body to move, he could shrink the ground into an inch. This was a speed that surpassed the speed of sound. The difference between Su Qinshan and Lin Feng's speed was like the difference between the sky and the earth, the clouds, and the mud. Therefore, Su Qinshan's attack was simply a set of movements in slow motion to Lin Feng. It seemed flawless, but in fact, it was full of flaws. When Su Qinshan's attack came, Lin Feng's body moved horizontally to the left. Whoosh! It was like teleportation. Lin Feng instantly dodged Su Qinshan's attack. How is this possible? Su Qinshan widened his eyes in disbelief. In his eyes, Lin Feng was but an ant, but now the ant in his eyes had actually dodged his attack. Su Qinshan couldn't accept it. He couldn't believe it. Su Qinshan didn't even have time to make his next move. Lin Feng had already lifted his right leg. He viciously lashed out. This ferocious attack even caused a series of sonic booms. Bang! Immediately after, a dull sound of collision was heard. Lin Feng's powerful strike landed on Su Qinshan's abdomen. Su Qinshan was sent flying by the blow. Wow! Su Qinshan spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. He stabilized his body with great difficulty. When he landed on the ground, his hair was disheveled, and he was in an extremely sorry state. His eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at Lin Feng. He roared angrily, "This is impossible! This is absolutely impossible! How did you manage to dodge my attack?" Lin Feng sneered, "With your tortoise-like speed, is it that difficult to dodge?" Su Qinshan looked at Lin Feng with killing intent and said fiercely, "Kid, don't be so smug. You're just a little faster than me. Next, I'll let you have a taste of my true killer move." Su Qinshan leaped out. He clenched his right fist and punched towards Lin Feng. After Su Qinshan punched out, Lin Feng immediately felt a strong fist intent enveloping him. No matter how he tried to dodge it, he couldn't dodge the punch. Fist intent. Interesting, but it's useless to me. Since you insist on fighting with me, I don't mind playing with you. I don't mind playing with you. I'll show you how strong my physical body is. Lin Feng sneered. He walked towards Su Qinshan. Shameless boasting. Su Qinshan looked at Lin Feng with disdain. "You're about to die, but you still don't know. How sad." Lin Feng sneered. Boom! A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. Lin Feng punched towards Su Qinshan. This punch was also infused with the power of fist intent. At Lin Feng's level, Lin Feng and the others were extremely strong. The intent was mainly used to seal off all escape routes. No matter how one tried to dodge, there was no way to dodge. Unless one could break the intent. Su Qinshan used his fist intent to lock onto Lin Feng. He didn't want to let Lin Feng dodge his attack like the previous time. Lin Feng locked onto Su Qinshan for the same reason. This old man's methods were shocking. Now, Lin Feng was worried that Su Qinshan would have a way to dodge his attack when they fought. Then, Su Qinshan would be caught off guard. Bang! Both sides fiercely collided, fist against fist. A dull sound of collision. Suddenly, a sound was heard. It was as dull as thunder. Su Qinshan's body was suddenly blasted away. Powerful strength. The impact made him spit out blood. It was only then that Su Qinshan realized how terrifying Lin Feng's physical body was. He was extremely shocked, because in his long life, he had never seen such a heaven-defying monster. Cultivation of the divine fire realm. His physical body could actually crush him, a divine realm expert. Su Qinshan didn't even think and turned to escape. However, Lin Feng had already rushed over and slapped towards Su Qinshan's head. He wanted to kill Su Qinshan directly. Su Qinshan was horrified. He quickly moved to the right and dodged Lin Feng's killing blow. Lin Feng's palm missed. At this moment, his palm changed to grab Su Qinshan. Crack! Lin Feng directly grabbed Su Qinshan's left arm and roared. Puff! Accompanied by a tearing sound. Su Qinshan's left arm was torn off by Lin Feng. Ah! Su Qinshan let out an extremely shrill scream. Seeing his arm torn off by Lin Feng, his eyes were about to pop out. Lin Feng leaped out and wanted to kill Su Qinshan completely. Su Qinshan roared with hatred. Little B** starred. I, Su Qinshan, will fight you to the death in this life. Bang! As soon as Su Qinshan's voice fell, his physical body directly exploded. He turned into a cloud of blood mist. Then, he quickly flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. This should be Su Qinshan's way of escaping at the critical moment. Just like the sky demon body disintegration technique. At the critical moment, he could use this secret technique to escape. However, the damage to his body was extremely severe. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He couldn't catch up with him, even if he wanted to. It was quite troublesome to let Su Qinshan escape. However, He thought that this person only had one arm left and his vitality was greatly damaged. The next time he saw him, he might be able to kill him even if it was a head-on confrontation. There was a trace of worry in his heart. It was gone. Chapter 17, 95. Lin Feng did not leave immediately. Instead, he looked at the stone ape statue at the top of the main peak. Was the dermic power restriction here related to the stone ape statue? That stone ape. It should be the sacred battle ape, right? He walked toward the top of the mountain, wanting to observe the stone ape at a closer distance. He wanted to admire the sacred battle ape's might. I wonder if the rumors in the outside world are true. Did this existence really overturn the heavenly court in the past? Lin Feng muttered in his heart, the heavenly court, immortal for billions of eras, high above, controlling the 3 realms, 6 paths, and the fate of all living beings. The ethereal heavenly court was a higher world that people yearned for. The most powerful beings in the world were gathered there. The sacred battle ape was only the demon lord of the demon realm. Compared to the heavenly court, the demon realm, it belonged to the inferior plane. Therefore, the sacred battle ape, a powerful being from the inferior plane, had almost overturned the heavenly court. It was too unbelievable. No one knew what history was like now. Who knew if there were many fantasy elements added to the ancient myths? Actually, the sacred battle ape was not that powerful. The sacred battle ape did not almost overturn the heavenly court in the past. Everything was it all made up by the later generations? Perhaps it was possible, because in this world there were too many myths that could not stand up to scrutiny. As he continued to climb, Lin Feng realized that the pressure on him was getting stronger and stronger. This made him very surprised. This mountain peak was not so easy to climb. The sacred battle ape statue. It was not something that anyone could see just because they wanted to. He endured the enormous pressure and climbed up the mountain with difficulty. Soon, Lin Feng was so tired that he was panting. He had to stop and rest. How terrifying! A stone statue can actually emit such a powerful pressure and even imprison this world, turning this place into a forbidden space. Now, I seem to really believe those myths and legends. Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. After resting for a while, he continued to climb up the mountain. The more he went up, the more tired he became. When he reached the top, Lin Feng felt like his legs were filled with lead. He couldn't even move an inch. An unprecedented feeling of exhaustion swept through his entire body. He sat down on a rock to rest. Unknowingly, Lin Feng entered the dreamland. Big brother, big brother. Suddenly, Lin Feng vaguely heard someone calling his elder brother. He opened his eyes and found himself in a mountain forest with beautiful scenery. There were 2 spirit apes running in the forest. They were 2 golden apes. They were full of spirituality and could speak human language. Second brother, run faster. The bigger spirit ape waved its claws and shouted. The smaller spirit apes quickly chased after them. It was a pair of brothers. They wanted to climb up a tree to pick some fruits. Bang, bang, bang. There were many spirit apes standing on top of the fruit trees. There were silver-haired spirit apes, red-haired spirit apes, and some extremely large spirit apes. These spirit apes were divided into many different races. These spirit apes took the fruits and threw them at the 2 golden spirit apes. They scolded as they threw the fruits. 2 monsters that jumped out of the rocks. Hurry up and get lost. The 2 golden spirit apes bared their fangs and took away some fruits before leaving in a hurry. Big brother, why did they ask us to get lost? The little stone ape asked. The big stone ape said, because they are afraid. Days passed. In the blink of an eye, It was the turn of 15 years. The big stone ape and the little stone ape had finally grown up. During this period of time, this mountain forest was not peaceful because a powerful monster called the Devil's Incarnation had come. He had taken over the mountain and enslaved the spirit apes in the forest. Many spirit apes had died. Because of this, the big stone ape and the little stone ape were unwilling to see these spirit apes continue to be enslaved. So, they went to challenge the Devil's Incarnation. The Devil's Incarnation was also powerful. He wielded his mace with great vigor and majesty. Those who touched it would be injured. Those who touched it would die. After a fierce battle, the big stone ape and the little stone ape brothers finally killed the Devil's Incarnation. The moment the Devil's Incarnation died, the small monsters that had gathered around the Devil's Incarnation immediately dispersed. The spirit apes were rescued. Thank you for letting bygones be bygones and saving us from the abyss of suffering. We are willing to honor you as kings. These spirit apes gathered together, wanting to call the big stone ape and the little stone ape kings. In the future, we brothers will be called monkey kings. The big stone ape said. The little stone ape said, we brothers have taken over the mountain, so we need to give this place a name. Big brother, I think this place should be called Flower Fruit Mountain. Flower Fruit Mountain. Flower Fruit Mountain. Great king. Second king. The densely packed spirit apes shouted loudly. These spirit apes absorbed the essence of heaven and earth and swallowed the spirit chi of hundreds of herbs. So, their lifespans were very long. Ordinary spirit apes. They also had a few hundred years of lifespan. However, a few hundred years of lifespan was in the long river of history. It was like a drop in the ocean. It was not worth mentioning. On this day, an old spirit ape died. Many spirit apes gathered beside the corpse, crying sadly. This was the first time the big stone ape and the little stone ape had seen a spirit ape die of old age. They could not help but feel sad. Although we live long lives, but in the end, we can't escape the fate of dying of old age. The big stone ape sighed. At that moment, a spirit ape called General Ba said, Your Majesties, I've heard that on the other side of the East Sea, there's an immortal mountain. That immortal mountain is called Ling Tai Fongsuan Mountain, and the patriarch of that immortal mountain is called Patriarch Bodhi. He's someone with monstrous magic power. It's said that even the celestial emperors have to kowtow to him, and even the Buddhas have to salute him. The gods and devils don't even have the right to enter Ling Tai Fongsuan Mountain to greet Patriarch Bodhi. If the two great kings can go to Ling Tai Fongsuan Mountain and learn the sacred art from Patriarch Subhuti, in the future, you will be able to jump out of the three realms and not be affected by the five elements. Even the king of hell will not be able to take away your lives. Hearing this, the big and small stone apes immediately jumped in excitement. Extremely happy, they immediately made a decision to go to Ling Tai Fongsuan Mountain and learn from a master. The big and small stone apes built a bamboo raft. They waved goodbye to the spirit apes who were sending them off. Then they entered the vast sea. They drifted on the sea for 100 years. The big and small stone apes finally reached the shore and inquired about the location of Ling Tai Fongsuan Mountain from the demons in the mountain. The big and small stone apes couldn't wait to go to Ling Tai Fongsuan Mountain. Standing at the foot of the mountain, one could see immortal palaces floating in the clouds above. The disciples shuttling through the immortal mountain were all like gods descending to the mortal world. The big and small stone apes grinned and excitedly ran towards Ling Tai Fongsuan Mountain to find Patriarch Subhuti and learn from him. Chapter 1796. He had been a patrolling ape for 100 years, a servant for 100 years, and a guardian for 100 years. The stone apes finally had the chance to meet Patriarch Subhuti. The stone apes had always been carefree, and they didn't know what fear was. If anyone else saw Patriarch Subhuti, they would definitely kneel 3 times and cow down 9 times. The large and small stone apes were looking around the temple, and from time to time, they would nudge the disciples sitting on either side. "You 2 rascals, why aren't you paying your respects to the patriarch?" The disciples scolded them jokingly. The stone apes arrived before Patriarch Subhuti and knelt down. They then kowtowed to Patriarch Subhuti. "Who are you kneeling to?" Patriarch Subhuti asked. The stone ape replied, "Patriarch, we brothers came from Flower Fruit Mountain on the shores of the East Sea's Aolai River." Patriarch Subhuti said angrily, "You macaque, how dare you deceive me?" The stone ape hurriedly said, "This disciple is stupid. How did I deceive you?" The stone apes had stayed on Mount Innerheart for 300 years, so they more or less knew the rules. They were much more obedient in front of Patriarch Subhuti. If anyone else dared to call them macaques, they would probably have pounced on them and started a fight. Patriarch Subhuti said, "The East Sea is billions of kilometers away from here. There are many beasts in the sea. How did the 2 of you manage to cross the sea?" "Ancestor, we brothers wouldn't dare lie. We've been drifting for more than 100 years, and we've experienced countless dangers before we were lucky enough to reach the celestial mountain. We only hope that Ancestor can accept us." Patriarch Subhuti stroked his white beard and said, "So that's how it is. You 2 seem to be quite persistent. How many years have you been on my mountain?" The stone ape replied, "This disciple doesn't know how many years have passed. All I know is that there are wild peaches at the back of the mountain. I've eaten them 300 times. 300 years have passed. Let me ask you, what do you want to learn?" Patriarch Subhuti looked at the stone apes. When the stone apes heard Patriarch Subhuti ask them what they wanted to learn, they knew that Patriarch Subhuti wanted to take them as his disciples. They were overjoyed and kowtowed repeatedly. The 2 brothers said in unison, "This disciple is ignorant. What kind of immortal technique does Master possess?" Patriarch Subhuti smiled faintly. "I have countless wondrous techniques." He paused for a moment before continuing. "I'll teach you the art of seeking immortals' divination and expelling evil spirits to avoid calamities. Is that all right?" The 2 stone apes asked, "Master, can we obtain eternal life like this?" Patriarch Subhuti replied, "No, no." The 2 stone apes said, "Rather than asking for divine advice, why don't we make our own decisions?" "We won't learn, we won't learn." Patriarch Subhuti said, "Then I'll teach you how to chant Buddhist scriptures and descend as a saint. How about that?" The stone apes asked, "Can we live forever?" Patriarch Subhuti said, "It's like fishing for the moon in the water." The 2 stone apes said, "Master doesn't like to speak straightforwardly. We brothers are honest people and don't know how to speak in riddles. What do you mean by fishing for the moon in the water?" At this time, the disciples below couldn't help but burst into laughter as if they were mocking the 2 stone apes for being ignorant. Patriarch Subhuti said, "The moon hangs in the sky, and the water has its shadow. Although I can see it, I can't touch it. In the end, it becomes nothing." The 2 stone apes said, "If that's the case, rather than chanting Buddhist scriptures, why don't we learn?" "We won't learn." Patriarch Subhuti said, "Then how about I teach you how to meditate, abstain from speaking, and abstain from meat?" The 2 stone apes asked, "Can we live forever?" Patriarch Subhuti said, "It's like looking at flowers in a mirror. You can't pluck them even if you want to." The 2 stone apes shook their heads like rattles and said, "We won't learn. Rather than meditating, why don't we use sticks and punches instead?" Patriarch Subhuti was furious. He knocked on their heads 3 times before leaving with a flick of his sleeve. The rest of the disciples all blamed the big and small stone apes for angering their master. The two stone apes bared their fangs at the disciples. In the middle of the night, the two stone apes arrived outside Patriarch Subhoodie's room. "Who's there? Why aren't you sleeping? What are you doing here?" Patriarch Subhoodie's voice came from the room. The two stone apes fell to their knees and said, "Master, please teach us some real skills." Patriarch Subhoodie walked out, looked at the stone apes, and said, "Since Pangu created heaven and earth, millions and millions of living beings have given birth to stone apes, but no twin stone apes have ever been born. Perhaps this is fate. I have 3,000 great Daos, 72 supreme immortal arts, and even a technique to ride the clouds. A somersault will allow you to travel all over the world, enter the 9 heavens, and descend into the 9 serenities, hell. Do you too want to learn it?" When the two stone apes heard that there was such a technique, they bared their fangs in excitement. "I want to learn it. I want to learn it. Your disciple will kowtow to you. Master, I will bestow upon the two of you a name. As the elder brother, you will be called Sun Wukong. As the younger brother, you will be called Sun Wukong. I hope that the two of you will abide by your duties in the future. Once you succeed in your cultivation, do more good deeds and bear more good karma. Do not bring calamity to the world. Otherwise, I will not spare you no matter where you are." Patriarch Subhoodie warned, "Thank you, Master. Your disciple will keep it in mind." Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong hurriedly said. After 1,000 years of cultivation, the two brothers finished their apprenticeship. They impatiently returned to Mount Huagua. The older stone ape called himself the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal. The younger stone ape called himself the Sacred Battle Ape. The two stone apes occupied the mountain and called themselves kings. They lived a carefree life. But later, after a hangover, the Netherworld Soul Reaper actually took away the souls of the two stone apes. This caused a huge mess. The two stone apes had long since used a heaven-defying method to change their fate and jumped out of the 3 realms. They did not respect the heavens above and the earth below. They were as high as the heavens. Even the king of hell could not take their lives. In their anger, the two stone apes wreaked havoc in the netherworld. The 10 kings of hell. They were beaten half to death by the two stone apes. Then, the two brothers left. This caused a huge commotion. It instantly spread throughout the 3 realms and 6 Daos. The 6 great sages of the monster race. The great sage who pacifies the heavens, the bull demon king. The great sage who covers the seas, the flood dragon demon king. The great sage who splits the heavens, the rock demon king. The great sage who moves the mountains, the lion king. The great sage who breathes the wind, the monkey king. The great sage of exorcism, the king of hell. These 6 great sages came to Mount Huagua and became sworn brothers with the two stone apes. The power of the monster race had developed to its peak. The dream ended here. Lin Feng woke up. He sat up straight. His expression was uncertain. "This dream is so real?" Lin Feng looked at the stone statue of the sacred battle ape. In his heart, it was as if a monstrous wave had been set off. If everything that he had experienced in the dream was real, that would be too shocking. It turned out that the legendary sacred battle ape that was almost invincible in an era was only the younger stone ape. His elder brother, the great sage, Heaven's Equal, was the older stone ape. It was rumored that the sacred battle ape was killed by the combined forces of the heavenly realm and the Buddhist realm. Then where did the older stone ape, the great sage, Heaven's Equal, go? What was his fate in the end? This was something that happened countless years ago. Unfortunately, everything had become a mystery. Chapter 1797. Lin Feng looked at the Holy Battle Ape statue. He tried to get closer to the Holy Battle Ape statue, but he failed. A powerful force. It forced him back. "I can't get close to the Sacred Battle Ape statue." Maybe it's hiding some secrets? Lin Feng couldn't help but rub his chin and think. He was unwilling to leave like this. Therefore, Lin Feng would not give up. He tried to circulate his sovereign emperor bloodline. Could such a domineering bloodline help him get close to the sacred battle ape statue? The powerful pressure in the void was also a great test for Lin Feng. It was easy for his body to be severely injured. The main reason was that his dermic powers were sealed. He could not circulate his dermic powers to resist the powerful pressure. If he relied on his physical body alone, he would be restricted. The sovereign power in his body surged. Next, the sovereign emperor physique began to circulate. When the sovereign emperor physique was successfully activated, suddenly, the power exerted by the sacred battle ape statue was gradually offset. This made Lin Feng feel much more relaxed. He continued to walk toward the sacred battle ape statue. Finally, Lin Feng arrived below the sacred battle ape statue. He looked at the statue and frowned. Who was it who built the sacred battle ape statue here? The sacred battle ape statue in front of him. It pointed at the sky and stomped the earth. It looked at the sky. It was as if it was filled with endless battle intent. Was the rumor about the little stone ape's death true? The 33 lords of the heaven realm joined forces with the 7 ancient Buddhas of the Buddha realm to kill the little stone ape. In the end, they killed the little stone ape with great difficulty. However, more than 20 of the 33 lords of the heaven realm died in this battle. A few of the 7 ancient Buddhas of the Buddha realm also died. However, this was just a legend after all. Whether it was true or not, people of the future would not know that piece of history. It had long been submerged in the river of time. Lin Feng sat cross-legged. He was trying to comprehend some Tao here. If he could really gain something, it would be heaven-defying. This was the Tao of the sacred battle ape. It would be unimaginably powerful. Gradually, Lin Feng had entered a mysterious state of mind, comprehending heaven and earth, merging with heaven and earth. He felt that the flowers, trees, mountains, and rocks around him had all disappeared. Only the stone statues of him and the sacred battle ape were left. The stone statue of the sacred battle ape had stood there for countless years. For countless years. It was as if it had never moved. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, Lin Feng seemed to hear a voice resounding in his mind. "Who are you? Are you asking me?" Lin Feng said. "Yes, I'm asking you. Who are you?" "I'm a foreign cultivator. I hope I can gain some enlightenment. You're not the person I'm looking for. Leave. You won't get anything special here. You can go to other places in the mysterious world. There might be something that many people dream of. What's there? Was it the inheritance of the sacred battle ape, or a magic treasure? I can't say that. Others need to try their luck, but they might also die in those places." Lin Feng was silent. Whose voice was this? He was trying to comprehend the stone statue of the sacred battle ape. Could this voice be the voice of the sacred battle ape? But thinking about it carefully, it shouldn't be. The sacred battle ape had died many years ago. He said that he was not the person he was looking for. Who was he looking for? Lin Feng felt that the owner of this voice was waiting for someone very important. Lin Feng really wanted to be the person he was waiting for, because that person, perhaps he would come into contact with some extremely secretive matters. Lin Feng said, "When I introduced myself just now, I was too careless. I would like to reintroduce myself." "All right." The mysterious voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind again. "My name is Lin Feng. My ancestors are from the Immortal Divine Body Clan. The Immortal Divine Body Clan is a very ancient clan. However, this clan has declined and can no longer regain its former glory. So what if you're the successor of the immortal Divine Body clan? You're still not the person I'm waiting for. Don't be anxious. I haven't finished introducing myself. I just introduced my father's clan. I haven't introduced my mother's clan yet. Lin Feng hurriedly said. The voice did not speak again. It seemed to be listening. Lin Feng said, My mother's clan is a sovereign clan. You must have heard of it. What? A sovereign clan? Is that true? The voice asked in shock and excitement. Of course it's true. Sense my bloodline. I'm circulating my sovereign body. Lin Feng said. I can't sense anything in the outside world. How can I believe you? I can swear that if I lie to you, I'll die a horrible death. You should believe me now. Lin Feng said. I believe you, the voice said. Lin Feng excitedly rubbed his hands and said, Do you have some secret to tell me? Hurry up and tell me. I can't wait to know. The depths of the starry sky. You must go there. I beg you, you must go. The voice sounded like it was begging Lin Feng. A moment later, an ancient starry sky map appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng was shocked. This mysterious existence had imprinted an ancient map of the starry sky in his mind. In the ancient starry sky map, there was a dazzling star. Countless stars revolved around that dazzling star. That dazzling star was the star marked on the ancient starry sky map. It was also that mysterious existence. It was the place Lin Feng had to go. Where does this ancient starry sky map lead to? Lin Feng asked. However, the voice did not answer him. Are you still there? Lin Feng continued to ask. However, there was still no response from the voice. It seemed that after passing this ancient starry sky map to Lin Feng, the owner of the voice had also disappeared. In the next moment, Lin Feng came back to reality from that mysterious and abstruse state. Did I have another dream? Lin Feng muttered. However, his face soon stiffened. Just now, it wasn't a dream, because he discovered that an ancient starry sky map had really appeared in his mind. Oh my God! He actually imprinted an ancient starry sky map in my mind. Lin Feng's face was full of emotions. The owner of that voice actually begged me to go to the star marked on the ancient starry sky map. Why did he ask me to go here? Could it be that there's something special about this star? Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder in his heart. P.S. Basically, it's 7 a day. Occasionally, it's 6. Looks like the steamed buns are trying their best to write a good story. So I'm begging for votes. Chapter 1798. Right now, my cultivation is insufficient. I am unable to enter the starry sky world. When I become stronger in the future and head to the starry sky world to rescue my mother, I will also make a trip to this planet to see what's so special about it. Lin Feng couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He had already planned to leave the Battle's Sacred Ape secret realm. This time, he was quite satisfied with his harvest. The Battle's Sacred Ape secret realm had always made him feel uneasy, so he didn't want to continue exploring the secrets within the Battle's Sacred Ape secret realm. Even if there were other treasures, let others fight for them. After leaving the Battle's Sacred Ape secret realm, Lin Feng did not directly return to the immortal sect. This underground world was filled with mysteries, and he wanted to take a good look at it. The Black Bear Devil King said, There is a river in the underground world called the River Styx. There are all sorts of spirit medicines and spirit herbs in the underworld river, as well as strange fishes and fierce beasts. You can put them all into the demonification immortal cauldron in the second hall of the Chonglu Devil Palace, and refine them into demonification immortal pills. This demonification immortal pill was created by the Chonglu Devil Emperor in the past, and its effects are incomparable to origin crystals. One pill is worth at least 500 origin crystals. All right, then let's go to the River Styx to take a look. Lin Feng leaped up and flew towards the river Styx. At the same time, his divine sense invaded the second level of the demon palace. There were a total of 7 levels in the demon palace: Nihility God Realm, Divine Fire Realm, True God Realm, Heavenly God Realm, Giant God Realm, Quasi-Emperor Realm, and Emperor Realm. When Lin Feng obtained the demon palace, he was just at the Nihility God Realm. He opened the first level of the palace and obtained 3 items from it. These 3 items were a fire demon talisman, the cultivation method of the 3,000 Great Tao, the Great Sacrifice Technique, the introduction of the various great formations of the demon palace, as well as the method to control it. When Lin Feng had just broken through to the Divine Fire Realm, he had already opened the second level of the demon palace. However, he discovered that other than the demonic immortal cauldron, there was nothing else. Back then, when he asked the Black Bear Devil Monarch about the uses of the demonic immortal cauldron, the Black Bear Devil Monarch kept him in suspense, saying that it was not the right time yet. When the time came, he would naturally tell him about the endless uses of the demonic immortal cauldron. Lin Feng had been waiting all this time, and now he finally knew the miraculous use of the demonic immortal cauldron. With this demonic immortal cauldron, he could continuously produce demonic immortal pills. Over time, it would accumulate. In the future, even the wealth of an immortal sect for hundreds of millions of years might not be comparable to his. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little excited. Rumble! The river was surging. The water of the Nether River flowed endlessly. Lin Feng, who was flying above the Netherworld River, said, "Isn't the Netherworld River a river in the Netherworld? This river is actually called the Styx River." The person who came up with this name really knows how to save trouble. He directly used the name of the Styx River from the underworld. Black Bear, Devil Monarch, said, "No, this river was the Nether River, the river in the underworld. The rivers of the underworld can flow into the 9 regions. Isn't this too much nonsense?" Lin Feng shook his head, unable to believe it. Coming from the endless darkness, going to the endless land of death, the underworld river has many branches. These branches extend into the myriad worlds of the universe. And this underworld river in the 9 prefectures is one of the branches of the main underworld river. Black Bear, Devil Monarch, said. Lin Feng nodded, his expression turning serious. This was actually a river that flowed from the underworld. It was truly inconceivable. He suddenly asked curiously, "If a cultivator walks along this river, will he enter the underworld?" "Perhaps. But the underworld, that is a place where the dead go. Even a living person will become a dead person if they enter. Unless they have the strength of the great sage, heaven's equal, or the battle's sacred ape. Only then can they stir up a storm in the underworld, turning the world upside down. No one can do anything to them," the Black Bear Devil King said. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. "Do you know anything about the great sage, heaven's equal, and the sacred battle ape? The moon in the well, the flowers in the water, everything becomes nothing." Black Bear Devil Monarch said. Lin Feng muttered. This Black Bear Devil Monarch might know some secrets about the great sage, heaven's equal, and the sacred battle ape. However, it was obvious that he did not want to tell him. Lin Feng did not ask any further. He flew along the Nether River. The Nether River was about 15 kilometers wide, and the water churned, occasionally creating huge waves. "Look, that's Blackpool grass. Pick it up. Throw it into the demonic immortal cauldron," Black Bear Devil Monarch suddenly said. Lin Feng saw black demonic grass in the Nether River, and it emitted an evil power. He waved his hand, and a powerful magic power wrapped around the Blackpool grass before throwing it into the demonic immortal cauldron. Not long after, a medicinal pill flew out. The pill was about the size of a thumb, and it emitted a cold and evil aura. Although it was called the demonic immortal pill, it did not look like an immortal pill at all. It looked more like a demonic pill. However, when he thought about how Demon Emperor Chonglu was a demon Dao emperor himself, it was normal for the pill to be a demonic pill. It was just that Demon Emperor Chonglu gave this pill a more immortal name. Lin Feng said, "Could it be that the demonic immortal cauldron can only be refined using the various items in the Nether River? If that's the case, the limitations are too great. The cauldron of the extermination of the immortal 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 cauldron of Black Bear Devil Monarch said." Lin Feng nodded and continued to collect various spiritual herbs. Then, these spiritual herbs were thrown into the demonic immortal cauldron by Lin Feng to be refined into demonic immortal pills. Asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh. Asterisk suddenly rays of cold light flew out from the Nether River. It was unknown how many of these rays of cold light there were. They all shot towards Lin Feng. These are dark swordfish. They're extremely fast and contain a strong poison. Don't let these dark swordfish pierce your skin, or you'll die from the poison. Black Bear Devil Monarch said. Lin Feng looked at the dark swordfish. They were about 20 centimeters long. They had sharp bones in their mouths, which looked like swords. This bone spur took up about half of their body length. The bone spur emitted a cold aura. Lin Feng waved his right hand and magic power surged out, wrapping around the densely packed dark swordfish. All of the dark swordfish were thrown into the demonic immortal cauldron. Just like that, Lin Feng kept flying above the Nether River, looking for various spiritual herbs, strange fish, and vicious beasts. Lin Feng threw all of these things into the demonic immortal cauldron and refined them into demonic immortal pills. In a month's time, Lin Feng had refined 150 million demonic immortal pills. A conservative estimate of 150 million demonic immortal pills was worth 75 billion origin crystals. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Suddenly, a demonic wind blew above the Nether River, sweeping across the land. Such a powerful demonic wind. It seems that a powerful demon is about to appear. It's very likely to be the overlord of the Nether River, right? Lin Feng looked at the demonic wind in the distance. Chapter 17, 99. Keek keek, I can already smell the delicious smell of flesh and blood. I can't wait to taste it. Waves of strange laughter came out from the demonic wind, causing people to feel a chill down their spine. The demonic wind surged and surrounded Lin Feng. You little river demon, how dare you behave so atrociously in front of me? Are you tired of living? Kneel down and kowtow, or I'll kill you. Lin Feng stood above the Nether River with his hands behind his back. His eyes were like lightning as he coldly glanced at the demon hidden in the demonic wind. Kid, how dare you be so arrogant in front of me, the Nether River Patriarch? Are you tired of living? Do you believe that I can swallow you in one gulp? The demon hidden in the demonic wind said eerily. Nether River Patriarch. Lin Feng sneered. Now, these little demons dare to call themselves patriarchs. What a joke. Today I'll kill you. I'll let you know that there are some people that you can't afford to offend. In your next life, remember to be more vigilant. Lin Feng took a step forward and instantly appeared in the demonic wind. He then slapped at the Mingi patriarch. By then, Lin Feng could see the Nether River patriarch's appearance clearly. He was a skinny old man who looked like a ghost. The Nether River patriarch was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be so strong. He quickly moved to block Lin Feng's attack. Bang! With a dull sound of collision, Lin Feng and the Nether River patriarch collided. The Nether River patriarch was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. Wah! The Nether River patriarch couldn't withstand Lin Feng's attack and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Feng had a general idea of ancestor sticks. His strength after the exchange of blows. The demon's cultivation was around the third or fourth heavenly layer of the true God realm. He could be considered a powerful character. He could dominate an area. That should not be a problem. But compared to Lin Feng, there was still a huge gap. Brat, you've injured me. I'm going to tear you to pieces. Nether River Patriarch roared furiously. Endless demon chi gushed out from his body. Immediately after, the Nether River Patriarch's body had turned into a 9-headed python. 9-headed insectoids. Lin Feng was shocked. This was a primordial mutant, a race that had long disappeared from the Sky Martial continent. The 9-headed insectoid had 9 heads and 9 different types of attacks. The bloodline of these 9 insectoids was extremely strong. Therefore, their cultivation states were extremely frightening. After the Nether River Patriarch turned into a 9-headed python, his huge body floated above the water, and his huge tail lashed out at the water. Huge waves rolled up. Huff, 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 huff. The 9-headed python that the Nether River Patriarch had transformed into unleashed all sorts of attacks. Water arrows, lightning blades, hail, and so on. Each head could spit out a different kind of attack. These attacks were all aimed at Lin Feng. That's interesting, turning into a 9-headed python. His strength has indeed increased a lot, but in front of me, he's still like an ant. Lin Feng's voice was cold as he stepped forward. It was as if the Celestial Emperor had descended. Wherever he passed, the void froze. Even the various attacks that the 9-headed python spat out were frozen in midair. The 9-headed python's body was also unable to move. Spare me! Spare me! The 9-headed python cried out in fear. Its original ferocity had long been replaced by deep fear. How can I spare you? Lin Feng raised his right hand and slashed at the 9-headed python. It was about to be killed. The 9-headed python hurriedly said, I've heard that young master has been collecting spirit herbs, strange fish, and beasts in the Nether River. This lowly one has lived in the Nether River for a long time and has countless subordinates who can help young master collect these things. This lowly one also knows that there is a mysterious immortal residence in the Nether River. This lowly one can take young master there. I only ask that young master spare this lowly one's life on account of how difficult it has been for this lowly one to cultivate. Lin Feng stopped and said, You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. Open your soul and serve me for 100 years, and I'll return you your freedom. Yes, the 9-headed python didn't dare to go against Lin Feng's words and hurriedly opened its soul. Lin Feng placed a soul brand in the 9-headed python's soul. Master, the 9-headed python once again took the form of the Nether River Patriarch. It then bowed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and said, First, take me to the immortal residence you spoke of. Please follow this lowly one, Master. The 9-headed python led the way in front. After flying for more than 2 hours, they arrived at a place where the river was especially turbulent. Master, The immortal residence is below, the Nether River Patriarch said. Then it flew into the Nether River. It dived down. Lin Feng followed closely behind. They also entered the Nether River. The Nether River was very deep. It was more than 10,000 meters deep. At this time, an incomparably huge whirlpool appeared below. That whirlpool emitted waves of terrifying destructive power. It made Lin Feng's heart tremble. Master, that whirlpool's water flow would become smaller every 10,000 years. There was once when the whirlpool's water flow became smaller, and this lowly one took the risk to enter it and found the immortal residence. However, the immortal residence was surrounded by restrictions, and this lowly one couldn't break it. The Nether River Patriarch said, "Good, I'll go take a look later." Lin Feng said. Then he waved his right hand, and the deity clone flew out. Then Lin Feng took out the demonic immortal cauldron and handed it to the deity clone. He looked at the Nether River Patriarch and said, "This is one of my clones. I'll go with you to collect spirit herbs, and spirit herbs kill strange fish and beasts and refine demonic immortal pills. You two can leave now." "Yes, master." This lowly one will take his leave. The Nether River Patriarch bowed, and then left with Lin Feng's deity clone. After the Nether River Patriarch and the deity clone left, Lin Feng began to carefully observe that huge whirlpool. He couldn't help but frown slightly. That whirlpool was indeed terrifying. If he entered it recklessly, he was afraid that he would encounter danger. However, Lin Feng had his own way of entering it. He waved his right hand. The Xianyuan ancient starship flew out. Lin Feng entered the Xianyuan ancient starship and then drove it into the whirlpool. The Xianyuan ancient starship shook violently in the whirlpool. Waves of destructive power bombarded the Xianyuan ancient starship. However, it didn't cause any damage to the Xianyuan ancient starship. In the end, Lin Feng used the Xianyuan ancient starship to pass through the huge whirlpool and landed at the bottom of the whirlpool. He walked out of the Xianyuan ancient starship and saw that there was a huge immortal residence at the bottom of the whirlpool. This immortal residence was shrouded in immortal light. Above the immortal residence, there were 4 large words written in flamboyant calligraphy. Green Wave Immortal Residence. Chapter 1800. The 4 words exuded the vicissitudes of time. Lin Feng looked at this cave abode and was very surprised. Was this really an immortal abode? Some cultivators always like to use a more imposing name to give themselves a title. For example, the experts of the demon Tao like to call themselves demon emperors, but in fact, the strength of those experts of the demon Tao was at most at the god realm, which was far from the emperor realm. Sometimes when he named his own cave abode or magic treasures, he liked to name them with extraordinary sounding names. Was this emerald wave immortal abode in front of him the same? Was it an immortal abode left behind by an immortal? Or was it just a simple name? Lin Feng planned to crack the array first and go in to find out the truth. The array here was very complicated, and there was even an emperor pattern as the core of the array. But as time passed, the power of the array was far from what it used to be. So cracking it wasn't as difficult as imagined. It took about a day. He successfully cracked the array. Then he entered the immortal abode. The first thing he saw was a passage that was about 100 meters long. The end of the passage was connected to the belly of a mountain. The area of the belly of the mountain was about 400 to 500 square meters. On the rock wall of the belly of the mountain, there were several stone rooms. Lin Feng entered the first stone room and found that there was a stone bed in this stone room, as well as a simple table and chair. Other than that, there was nothing else. Then Lin Feng went to check the other stone rooms and found that the rest of the stone rooms were empty. This immortal abode has been emptied. Lin Feng was a little depressed. There was only one stone room left that he hadn't checked, but this stone room was sealed by a restriction. This made Lin Feng a little surprised. Why was the stone room sealed by a restriction? Could it be that there was some precious treasure inside? Or was there something that they wanted to seal? A long time had passed. Even if there was a terrifying creature sealed, it would probably be long dead. The restriction of the stone room was much more complicated than the one in the cave abode outside. Lin Feng spent a full 5 days to crack the restriction of the stone room. He pushed open the stone door. They entered the stone chamber. The air here was more turbid, and when he stepped on the ground, there would be cracking sounds from time to time. He looked down and saw a dense group of thumb-sized poisonous insects. This poisonous insect had the head of a bat, the tail of a scorpion, the wings of a dragon, and the fangs of a wolf. These are dragon-scorpion-wolf bats. Black Bear Devil King was shocked when he saw the densely packed corpses of poisonous insects on the ground. Dragon-scorpion-wolf bat, what is this? Lin Feng asked doubtfully. The Black Bear Devil Monarch said, in the immortal ancient era, there were 10 great poisonous bugs. Among them, there was a type of poisonous bug called the dragon-scorpion-wolf bat. A single dragon-scorpion-wolf bat's poison could kill a giant god realm expert. Hiss! Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. Wasn't this dragon-scorpion-wolf bat's poison a little too terrifying? At this moment, in this stone room, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel slightly cold. He really wanted to leave and quickly seal the stone room. He was afraid that there were still dragon-scorpion-wolf bats alive. However, when he thought about how this stone room could very well have been sealed since the immortal ancient era, and how dragon-scorpion-wolf bats could not possibly have survived until now, he calmed down slightly. Aren't these dragon-scorpion-wolf bats a little too terrifying? The Black Bear Devil King said. There are many incomprehensible creatures in this world, but heaven-defying creatures like the dragon-scorpion-wolf bats have already gone extinct since the middle of the immortal ancient era. There are so many dragon-scorpion-wolf bats sealed in this stone room. Were they sealed by the owner of this cave back then? Lin Feng couldn't help but rub his chin. It shouldn't be a seal. I think it's more likely to be a breeding ground for dragon-scorpion-wolf bats, the Black Bear Devil King said. Why do you say that? Lin Feng asked. Look up there. There are beehive-like things. Those are the dragon-scorpion-wolf bats' poison nests. These bats have a rather unique lifestyle, and they will expel the poison produced by their bodies into their poison nests. The Black Bear Devil King said. Oh, there's such a thing? Lin Feng took one of the poison nests and cut it open. However, there was no poison left in the nest. The Black Bear Devil King said, the poison of the dragon-scorpion-wolf bats is also one of their food sources. These dragon-scorpion-wolf bats have been trapped here for so long, their poison must have been eaten up. Could the owner of this cave have been an evil cultivator? Only an evil cultivator would know how to raise such terrifying dragon-scorpion-wolf bats, right? Lin Feng asked. That should be the case, the Black Bear Devil King said. In the past, Demon Emperor Chonglu managed to obtain the eggs of dragon-scorpion-wolf bats by chance, but no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to hatch them. That's why it was so difficult to raise them. When the owner of this cave left, I reckon that the bats were at a crucial stage in their cultivation, so he did not take them with him. Perhaps he planned to return in the future and take them away. However, from the looks of it, that person never returned, and the successfully raised dragon-scorpion-wolf bats eventually died due to a lack of food. I wonder if there are any eggs here? Lin Feng muttered as he took down all the poison nests. He then cut them open, but he did not find any eggs, which disappointed him. No need to be disappointed. These dragon, scorpion, wolf, bats corpses are good stuff. What's the use of these corpses? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Aren't you cultivating the primordial ancestral insect egg? The black bear devil king asked. Lin Feng nodded. The primordial ancestral insect egg was ranked third among the divine insects of the primordial era. How could it be so easy to cultivate? Furthermore, you don't know how to cultivate the primordial ancestral insect egg, so it'll be even harder to cultivate it. However, with these dragon, scorpion, wolf, bat corpses, things will be different. These corpses contain powerful energy essence that can be absorbed by the primordial ancestral insect egg. The black bear devil king said. After being dead for so long, their energy should have dissipated long ago, right? Lin Feng asked. The black bear devil king said, it won't dissipate. The dragon, scorpion, wolf, bat's body structure is very strange. Its dense carapace can seal the energy within, preventing it from dissipating. The dragon, scorpion, wolf, bat's energy is also very special, and it's a great supplement for other insects. You should have heard that when cultivating insects, they will often devour each other. Only then can they cultivate an even stronger insect, or even an insect king. Letting the primordial ancestral insect egg devour the dragon, scorpion, wolf, bat's energy source is actually equivalent to insects devouring each other to evolve. In fact, it's not just insects. You see, many vicious beasts also like to hunt other vicious beasts, and even cultivators, devouring their bloodlines to increase their own bloodline power. It's the same principle. With so many poisonous insects, you should be able to successfully hatch the primordial ancestral insect egg. I've heard that the primordial ancestral insect egg can compete with great emperors. If you can cultivate it, then it'll be amazing. In the future, you'll have an emperor-level bodyguard by your side. Lin Feng said expectantly. Chapter 1801. Lin Feng began to collect the corpses of the dragon, scorpion, wolf, bats. He collected all the corpses of the dragon, scorpion, wolf, bats. Then he left the stone chamber. Lin Feng asked, how do I get the primordial ancestral insect egg to absorb the energy stored in the dragon, scorpion, wolf, bats? The black bear devil king said, that's simple. Put the corpses in a spatial bottle and the primordial ancestral insect egg together. Then all you have to do is wait patiently. Lin Feng nodded. He took out a spatial bottle and placed all the corpses inside. Then he took out the primordial ancestral insect egg and placed it in the bottle as well. At that moment, the primordial ancestral insect egg emitted a wave of excitement. It seemed that the primordial ancestral insect's larva really liked its food. Lin Feng placed the spatial bottle in his mountain river ring and waited for the primordial ancestral insect egg to hatch. Swoosh! There was a flash of light. A scroll appeared in Lin Feng's hand. He had obtained it from the great tomb beneath the blood lake. As for the bronze seal, it had been taken by the immeasurable Taoist. Lin Feng hadn't checked what kind of treasure it was since he had obtained it. He unfurled the scroll and found that it was actually a painting. There was actually a cliff in the painting. On top of the cliff, there was a blood-colored coffin. When he saw this painting, the black bear devil lord's expression became bewildered. Lin Feng's heart thumped. He asked, you recognize this painting? This is the blood coffin painting. It's famous. It's an item that once caused a huge uproar. Perhaps everyone in the 3 realms and 6 paths knows about it. Everyone knows about it. However, it disappeared later on. After countless years, there are probably not many people who recognize it. The black bear devil king's tone was strange. Lin Feng did not notice the strange tone in the black bear devil king's voice. He said excitedly, is this painting really that amazing? He's actually so famous? The black bear devil king said, yes, it's too famous, but it's not a good reputation. It's said that the blood coffin diagram was obtained by 7 great emperors, but in the end, the 7 great emperors disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng's right hand suddenly trembled, and he almost threw the blood coffin diagram away. This blood coffin painting was too strange. The disappearance of the 7 great emperors must be closely related to the blood coffin picture. Great emperors, even if they were allowed to be killed, it would still cause a huge commotion. He shouldn't have disappeared without a trace, right? Lin Feng said doubtfully. Black Bear Devil Monarch said, "That's why I said this blood coffin diagram is very strange." The 7 great emperors who obtained the blood coffin diagram were all powerhouses who dominated the universe, but in the end, they mysteriously disappeared without a trace. In the past, many people tried to investigate their whereabouts, but to no avail. The strangest thing was that after every great emperor who obtained the blood coffin diagram disappeared, the blood coffin diagram would reappear. Originally, the blood coffin diagram did not attract much attention, but after the disappearance of the 7 great emperors, the world began to pay attention to it. Later on, some people suspected that the disappearance of the 7 great emperors was related to the blood coffin diagram, so some people wanted to destroy the blood coffin diagram. However, at that time, the blood coffin diagram disappeared without a trace, and since then, there has been no news of it. Lin Feng said, "Now, the blood coffin diagram is in my hands." His face was cloudy and uncertain. The blood coffin diagram was so strange that it made Lin Feng feel uneasy. He sat down cross-legged in the belly of the mountain. Then he tried to use his divine sense to enter the blood coffin diagram, bury the new living spirit. The moment his divine sense entered the blood coffin diagram, Lin Feng heard a sinister voice. Suddenly, it resounded in his mind. After hearing that voice, his body stiffened. It was as if he was about to fall into hell. Then, Lin Feng felt that the blood coffin on the rock wall seemed to be trembling. It was as if it was about to open. That blood coffin, it seemed to want to devour him. Lin Feng was shocked. He forcefully cut off his connection with the blood coffin diagram, and his divine sense quickly returned. His entire body was paralyzed on the ground. His entire body was covered in cold sweat. "What did you discover?" The Black Bear Devil King asked. "The coffin in the blood coffin diagram seems to be real, but it was sealed in this scroll by someone." Lin Feng's expression was uncertain as he spoke. The blood coffin diagram fell to the ground, but he did not pick it up. He still had lingering fears. The feeling of being devoured just now was really too terrible. It was even more terrifying than death. The Black Bear Devil King said, "Such a strange thing should be destroyed directly." Lin Feng nodded. He took out his heavenly fire, wanting to burn the blood coffin diagram. However, no matter how much the heavenly fire burned, the blood coffin diagram was not damaged at all. What a terrifying blood coffin diagram! Lin Feng's expression became more and more serious. At that moment, the blood coffin diagram suddenly turned into a blood-red light and flew back into the mountain river ring. Lin Feng frowned. "I'm afraid that there's a trace of a bond between us. It's too late to get rid of it." The Black Bear Devil King said, "It seems like that's true. Although the blood coffin diagram is strange, there's no need to worry too much. Anyway, the blood coffin diagram is not the only evil treasure on you." Lin Feng could not help but smile bitterly. Thinking about it carefully, he did indeed have many strange treasures on him. The Demon Pearl, the Sage Emperor's Stone, the Xianming Demon Book, the Ancient Devil Ring, the Misfortune Bracelet, and the Reincarnation Demon Palace. These treasures were all extremely strange. One more blood coffin diagram was not much, but one less blood coffin diagram was not much either. Blood coffin diagram, you'd better be obedient and not stir up trouble for me. Otherwise, I'll destroy you sooner or later." Lin Feng said fiercely, threatening the blood coffin diagram. He finally felt a little better. Then, he rested for a while before getting up and carefully observing the immortal residence. Lin Feng found that the walls of the residence were densely covered with runes. Therefore, the power of the world was continuously gathering. This immortal residence was not a bad place to cultivate. Now that his clone had taken the demonic immortal cauldron and the Nether River Patriarch to refine the demonic immortal pill, Lin Feng planned to use this opportunity to cultivate in seclusion for a while. Moreover, he had just obtained the true word of Lin of the 9 syllables not long ago. He had not cultivated the true word of Lin yet. He could use this time to properly comprehend the true word of Lin. Cultivate the heart, seek the Tao, ascend the throne, tread the path of immortality, Lin Feng muttered to himself. He entered the stone room and sat cross-legged on the stone bed. He began to comprehend the true word of Lin. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Lin Feng had finally succeeded in cultivating the true word of Lin. After cultivating the true word of Lin, there were originally many cryptic Taos that were difficult to understand. Now, they were all enlightened, such as the archaic dragonesque elephant art that Lin Feng cultivated. He had tried to break through to the 3rd level of the archaic dragonesque elephant art time and time again, but each time ended in failure. This time, however, was different. Lin Feng felt that some of the cryptic Taos in the archaic dragonesque elephant art were easy to understand after he had successfully cultivated the true word of Lin. Therefore, after cultivating the true word of Lin, Lin Feng immediately began to study the archaic dragonesque elephant art. He wanted to attempt to break through to the 3rd level of the archaic dragonesque elephant art, hoping to achieve a breakthrough. Once the archaic dragonesque elephant art broke through to the 3rd level, Lin Feng would be able to summon the archaic dragonesque elephant's indestructible primordial spirit to kill his enemies. When that time comes, he would be able to face heavenly god elites. Lin Feng also had the confidence to fight them. Chapter 1802. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had been in seclusion for another 3 months. In these 3 months, he had been comprehending the various mysteries of the Archean dragonesque elephant skill. This time, he had gained a lot. After various doubts were cleared up, the breakthrough of the Archean dragonesque elephant skill seemed to be a matter of course. After 3 months of hard work, Lin Feng finally cultivated the Archean dragonesque elephant skill to the 3rd level when he circulated the Archean dragonesque elephant skill. Suddenly, Lin Feng had the feeling that he was connected to a powerful cultivator in the unseen world. He just needed to chant the incantation. He would be able to summon that existence. Lin Feng knew that powerful existence was the primordial spirit of the Archean dragonesque elephant after its death. He began to carefully sense the mysterious state of the 3rd level of the Archean dragonesque elephant skill. Primordial spirit immortal, battle spirit immortal, reincarnation, creation of heaven and earth. Suddenly, a voice rang in Lin Feng's mind. This gave him a huge shock. This voice was actually transmitted to him by the Archean dragonesque elephant skill. Although it was very short, it contained a lot of important information. One of the messages introduced the mysteries of the 3rd level of the Archean dragonesque elephant skill in detail. The 3rd level of the Archean dragonesque elephant skill was divided into 2 levels. The first level was to summon the primordial dragonesque elephant primordial spirit. The second level was to summon the primordial dragonesque elephant battle spirit. The primordial spirit was formed by the fusion of part of the primordial dragonesque elephant's origin and remnant soul after its death. The battle spirit was formed by the fusion of part of the primordial dragonesque elephant's origin and its battle intent after its death. The battle spirit was integrated with the primordial dragonesque elephant's battle intent. Therefore, it was a higher-level existence and also more powerful. However, at this stage, Lin Feng could only summon the primordial dragonesque elephant's battle spirit. What surprised Lin Feng the most was not the difference between the primordial spirit and the battle spirit, but the fact that the Archean dragonesque elephant skill did not have 3 levels. This piece of information told Lin Feng that when he cultivated the Archean dragonesque elephant technique to the peak of the 3rd heaven, the Archean dragonesque elephant technique would produce the 4th heaven cultivation technique. The 4th heavenly layer could be summed up in 8 words: reincarnation, creation of the heavens and earth. However, Lin Feng still couldn't understand the meaning of these words. If he could obtain the 4th layer of heaven in the future, perhaps he would be able to comprehend the meaning of these words. Half a year of closed-door seclusion, this time allowed Lin Feng to reap enormous benefits. Ever since Lin Feng had mastered the true incantation of Lin, he felt as if his brain had suddenly been enlightened. Many of the mystiques that he had cultivated before were now stirring restlessly, as if they were about to break through. This made Lin Feng extremely happy. The true mantra of Lin could help cultivators cultivate their hearts and seek the Tao. Its effects were simply too great. He walked out of the immortal mansion and boarded the ancient starship Xianyuan. He left the vortex and came to the outside world. Then, Lin Feng took back the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. He established contact with his deity Realm Clone. Not long after, the deity Realm Clone and the Nether River Patriarch quickly arrived. The deity Realm Clone handed the demonic immortal cauldron and a spatial porcelain bottle containing the demonic immortal cauldron to Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng took the deity Realm Clone back into his body. The Nether River Patriarch hurriedly bowed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to be so polite. There are actually 2 billion demonic immortal pills. Not bad, not bad. I've gained a lot in the past 6 months. Sensing the number of demonic immortal pills in the spatial porcelain bottle, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked at the Nether River Patriarch and said, "Continue to collect spirit herbs and spirit herbs. Kill the strange fish and ferocious beasts and seal them. Every once in a while, I'll send someone to collect them." "Yes, Master." The Nether River Patriarch hurriedly replied. Lin Feng said, "You're just a rogue cultivator. It's not easy for you to cultivate to this level. Since you've already acknowledged me as your master, I won't be stingy." Lin Feng flicked his finger. A set of magic treasures flew out. A helmet, armor, boots, belt, cloak, and demonic saber. The 6 magic treasures were all heavenly god-level divine artifacts. After seeing the 6 divine artifacts, the Nether River Patriarch's eyes widened. The Nether River Patriarch also had a few divine artifacts. However, the highest level divine artifact was only a true god-level divine artifact. Compared to a heavenly god-level divine artifact, it was too far away. This is the 7 God of War sets. I happened to get it by chance, so I'll give it to you to protect yourself." Lin Feng said, "Thank you, Master. I'll definitely do my best for you in the future and live up to your trust." The Nether River Patriarch was overjoyed and hurriedly expressed his sincerity. Originally, when the Nether River Patriarch was working for Lin Feng, he was just doing business and waiting for 100 years to regain his freedom. Now, the Nether River Patriarch suddenly felt that having a young, powerful, and generous master like Lin Feng seemed like a good thing. The Nether River Patriarch's mentality began to change. Deep in his heart, he began to willingly become Lin Feng's slave. Do well for me, and I won't mistreat you. Lin Feng patted the Nether River Patriarch's shoulder, then soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Farewell, master. The Nether River Patriarch bowed to Lin Feng and watched as Lin Feng left. After Lin Feng left, the Nether River Patriarch turned into a gust of wind and quickly left as well. It's been a long time since I left the Immortal Sect. It's time to go back. Lin Feng muttered to himself. He had gained a lot from this trip. Therefore, Lin Feng was extremely satisfied with his gains. Next, he planned to return to the sect and continue cultivating for a while. Then, he would try to break through the ultimate 8-9 arcane art's second firmament. The ultimate 8-9 arcane art was a deadly cultivation technique. It could not be broken through within the specified time. When the time came, he would die. Therefore, Lin Feng wanted to master the ultimate 8-9 arcane art as soon as possible. He flew in the direction of the underground canyon. Suddenly, the demonic orb emitted a slight fluctuation. Inside the demonic orb, the demon lord appeared silently. Then, as usual, he sat on a lonely grave. He always had a lonely look on his face. Demon lord, you've finally awakened. Looks like you've recovered well. Lin Feng sensed the demon lord's aura and transmitted his voice to the demon lord. The demon lord said calmly, not bad. I'm not in a hurry to leave the underground world. Go to the depths of the underground world. I sensed a familiar aura lurking there. A familiar aura? What is it? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. I don't know. Let's go and take a look. The demon lord said. The demon lord's memories were incomplete. Therefore, Lin Feng did not find it strange that he could not remember certain things. He flew toward the depths of the underground world. About 3 days later, he saw many patrolling earth demons. These earth demons should be the soldiers of the primitive devil nation. Looks like this is the territory of the primitive devil nation. Lin Feng frowned. The primitive devil nation was one of the 2 underground giants. Even a powerful race like the Tianma was created by the primitive devil nation. From this, one could see how powerful the primitive devil nation was. After entering the primitive devil nation, Lin Feng became a lot more careful. 10 days later, he arrived at the place that the demon lord mentioned. There was a huge mountain range here, and patrolling earth demons were everywhere around the mountain range. There were even many primitive devil nation members. Chapter 1803. There are so many experts from the earth demons and the primordial demon clan guarding the mountain range. What are they doing? Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder. However, the mountain range was heavily guarded, and he couldn't get close. Wait, the demon lord said. Lin Feng nodded and waited patiently. Time ticked by. Woo, woo, woo. After an indeterminate amount of time, the sound of a horn could be heard. When the sound of the bugle horn was heard, numerous earth devils and ancient devil clan experts rushed towards a huge valley in the depths of the mountain range. Lin Feng saw that there were no longer any earth demons or ancient demons outside. He sneaked into the valley, stopped outside the valley, and looked into the valley. Countless earth demons and primitive demon clan cultivators were kneeling in the valley. There were at least 5,000 to 6,000 of them. In the deepest part of the valley, there was a huge altar. Now, the altar had been dyed red by the blood. An old man who looked like a malicious spirit was performing a divine dance in front of the altar. At the same time, he was chanting some ancient language that Lin Feng couldn't understand. Is this a sacrificial ritual? Lin Feng muttered. The demon lord said, this is a sacrificial ritual of the ancient demons. By performing a divine dance and chanting an incantation, they can communicate with the existence they wish to communicate with. Are you talking about that altar? That primordial demon priest is actually communicating with an unknown entity? Lin Feng was astonished and asked. The demon lord nodded. Indeed, that altar is called the Demon Emperor altar. I'm guessing that the ancient demon priest is trying to summon the demon emperor of the demon world. He wants the demon emperor to cross realms and descend into this world. Lin Feng was shocked. He suddenly recalled that Lei Gan had come to the underground world a few years ago. At that time, the 10 great immortal sects had joined forces with many other major powers to prevent the ancient demons from summoning the demon emperor. Unexpectedly, the primitive demon race had not given up and had set up another sacrificial altar. The 10 immortal Tao sects have the ability to see through the universe. The primordial demon race tried to summon the demon sovereign from the demon world. Did the 10 great immortal sects not notice it? Lin Feng was puzzled. There are at least dozens of high priests in the ancestral temple, but only one has come to preside over the ceremony. The others are nowhere to be seen. What does this mean? The demon lord narrowed his eyes and said. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly, and he said, You mean to say that the other high priests of the ancient devil race have joined hands and are trying to hide from the heavens? The demon lord nodded and said, That's right. That's exactly it. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the sound of violent fluctuations came from the depths of the cave. In the void, a giant door was vaguely visible. It seemed to be the gate to the demonic world. And now it was beginning to show itself. All the demons, regardless of whether they were earth demons or primitive demons, all of them were praying devoutly. As for the high priest, he was jumping faster and faster, and his chanting speed was increasing as well. The gate to the demonic world. It was gradually becoming clearer. Lin Feng frowned slightly. If the demon sovereign really came, a storm of blood would break out then. But now, Lin Feng could not stop it. There were 5,000 to 6,000 experts in the valley. If he entered now, he would be courting death. Someone is coming, the demon lord said. Then, the cave fell silent. Lin Feng gazed into the distance and saw a woman in white clothes flying towards him at full speed. Then, she descended from the sky. Disciple of the reincarnation immortal sect. What's your name? The woman looked at Lin Feng. She had a graceful figure, but her face was covered by a veil, so her appearance could not be seen clearly. What surprised Lin Feng was that she was wearing a purple dress with celestial feathers that only the female disciples of the reincarnation immortal sect would wear. However, the pattern on the chest of this purple feather dress was a sun. This meant the woman in front of him was a holy maiden. Junior brother Lin Feng. How should I address you, senior sister? Lin Feng looked at the woman. Shui Linglong. Lin Feng was shocked. Fairy Linglong, the leader of the 10 fairies, had left a deep impression on Lin Feng. He did not expect to meet this woman here. Senior sister Linglong. Greetings, junior brother. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Shui Linglong looked at Lin Feng in surprise. She did not expect this disciple of the reincarnation immortal sect to be so calm after knowing her identity. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. She muttered the name softly, but she did not remember it. Shui Linglong had been in seclusion. After coming out of seclusion, she did not stay in the gate of heaven and left immediately. Naturally, she did not know Lin Feng. Of course, even if she stayed in the gate of heaven, she would not know Lin Feng. There were tens of millions of disciples in the gate of heaven, and many things happened every day. Shui Linglong was not interested in the trivial matters that happened in the gate of heaven. Among the 10 fairies, Shui Linglong was the most mysterious one. The main reason was that she was elusive. Shui Linglong looked at Lin Feng and said, Junior brother. I will hold back the experts of the heavenly demon clan while you destroy the illusory gate of the demonic world. Upon hearing Shui Linglong's words, Lin Feng almost fell to the ground. He said helplessly, "Senior sister, there are 5,000 to 6,000 earth demons and primitive demons in there. If the two of us go in, won't we be like lambs in a tiger's den? My cultivation is limited, so I can't help. Senior sister, you should find someone else. I have a way to hold back the experts of the earth demons and primitive demons. You just need to destroy the gate of the demonic world." Shui Linglong said. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He found it hard to believe that Shui Linglong could hold back the cultivators of the earth demons and primitive demons. Shui Linglong said, "Junior brother, our cultivation is about seizing the good fortune of heaven and earth. When the demon emperor descends, the 9 prefectures will be in chaos, and the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. If we can stop this calamity, how great of a fortune will it be? Unknowingly, we will receive the blessing of fate. Since ancient times, there have been countless geniuses, but many of them have been annihilated by heaven and earth. What we need to do is to become the people who are born by fate. Only then can we seize fate from the heavens, seek the Tao, and ask the immortals. Live forever." Hearing Shui Linglong's words, the demon lord immediately cried out in surprise. "Amazing! Amazing! This Shui Linglong is really amazing. She actually knows about born by fate. Yes, just as she said, only the people who are born by fate can become peerless experts and leave behind a glorious history. Only then can they seek the Tao and seek immortality in the future. Pangu, Niwa, the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and other experts were born by fate because they made great contributions to the people of the world. This is fate. Kid, your senior sister is really amazing." Chapter 1804. Lin Feng had heard of experts reincarnating and awakening the memories of their previous lives, but he had never seen it before. In the world of cultivators, the reincarnation of experts was generally described as the reincarnation of an expert. Lin Feng did not know whether his senior sister Shui Linglong was an expert who had reincarnated, but it was clear that the demon lord seemed to hold Shui Linglong in high esteem. Lin Feng still did not understand what Shui Linglong meant by rising to the occasion, but those people mentioned by the demon lord, such as Pangu, Niwa, the 3 sovereigns, and 5 emperors, were all people who rose to the occasion. From this, it could be seen that the words rising to the occasion represented an extraordinary meaning. Create the heavens. Seize the providence of heaven and earth. When providence accumulated and reached a certain amount, it was the so-called rising to the occasion. When the 10 great immortal sects joined forces with many other forces to prevent the primitive demon clan from summoning the demon emperor to the 9 prefectures, providence also descended. But at that time, there were too many cultivators involved in this matter, so the providence was divided among so many people. The providence that each person received was relatively limited, but this time was different. Only Lin Feng and Shui Linglong could share it. Lin Feng had already made a decision in his heart and said, "Since senior sister has already said so, I, your junior brother, am not a hypocritical person. Today, we will join forces to destroy the demon emperor's plan to descend to the 9 prefectures." "Okay, let's do it," Shui Linglong said aloud. This woman's character was very decisive. She was not sloppy at all. She quickly flew into the valley. The demons in the valley immediately discovered Shui Linglong. "Kill her!" An expert of the primitive demon clan shouted coldly. Numerous cultivators of the primitive demon clan and the earth demon clan pounced on Shui Linglong. "Today, I will let you experience my ultimate technique, the Linglong chess game. With heaven and earth as the chessboard, everyone in the world is in the chessboard. Shui Linglong's voice fell. Lin Feng saw a shocking scene. An incomparably huge chessboard appeared in the void. Shui Linglong stood on the chessboard. That chessboard fell from the sky. In an instant, everyone was enveloped by the chessboard. Even the primordial devil nation's high priest was enveloped by the chessboard, and then forcibly interrupted by Shui Linglong. Wow! The high priest spat out a mouthful of blood. His ghoulish face contorted. Bitch! You actually interrupted this priest's summoning of the demon emperor. You deserve to die. You deserve to die 1,000 times over. Tear this woman into pieces, extract her soul, and throw her into the 9, hell's purgatory. She will be tortured for all eternity, never to be reincarnated. As soon as the voice of primordial devil clan's high priest fell, numerous devil experts rushed towards Shui Linglong. The world is a chessboard, and we are all chess pieces. Since we are chess pieces, we must abide by the rules. Shui Linglong's voice sounded faintly discernible. The densely packed devil race cultivators in the chessboard of heaven and earth seemed to have really become chess pieces. They found that they could not move. What an amazing Linglong chess game. One person was actually able to trap so many experts. This senior sister of mine is truly heaven-defying. Lin Feng's heart was filled with deep shock. That's 5,000 to 6,000 demon experts. Just like that. They were trapped by Shui Linglong alone. It was really too unbelievable, but such an unbelievable thing. It happened right in front of his eyes. While Shui Linglong was trapping the strong cultivators of the demon clan, Lin Feng was already moving towards the gate of the demon world. Chapter 1805. Screams resounded one after another. Inside the nimble chess game, Shui Linglong had already begun to fight with those demon experts. Her combat power was amazing, and she killed more than a dozen demon experts in a short time. The nimble chess game trapped 5,000 to 6,000 demon experts, so they had to follow the rules of the nimble chess game and couldn't deal with Shui Linglong together. So the number of people attacking each time was limited. At most, 5 to 6 people could deal with Shui Linglong together. And Shui Linglong's combat power was too strong. Those demon experts besieging Shui Linglong couldn't even last 5 rounds in her hands and would die. But Lin Feng knew that Shui Linglong was only one person, and no matter how powerful she was, she couldn't hold on for too long. After all, there were too many experts on the other side. So he had to destroy the gate of the demon realm quickly and leave with Shui Linglong. If they waited until the demon experts broke Shui Linglong's nimble chess game, the two of them would face the siege of 5,000 to 6,000 demon experts. They would definitely die. Rumble! Rumble! When Lin Feng was halfway there, a voice suddenly appeared. Suddenly, the gate to the devil realm began to shake violently. It seemed that the demon emperor of the demon realm was shaking the gate of the demon realm. Lin Feng's expression suddenly sank. He had to destroy the gate of the demon realm quickly. Otherwise, once the demon emperor arrived, it would be a disaster. Swish, swish, swish. But at this moment, in the void, a cold light flashed. Immediately after, 3 figures rushed out from the void and charged toward Lin Feng. Those 3 people were too fast, and they had been hiding themselves the whole time. Surprisingly, Lin Feng hadn't been able to see them. Now, he had suddenly attacked Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. Obviously, this was the backup plan of the primitive demon race, and someone was hiding in the dark. These 3 people even avoided the detection of the nimble chess game. They weren't trapped by the nimble chess game. It could be seen that these 3 people's means were extraordinary. The high priest of the primitive demon race asked them to hide in the dark to prevent any unforeseen events. Now, there was really an unforeseen event, and these 3 people played a role at the critical moment. Die! A cold voice suddenly resounded in his ears. The three of them clearly believed that Lin Feng was dead for sure this time. Under such circumstances, it was really difficult to avoid the sure-kill attacks from the three of them. However, Lin Feng knew the heaven-mending technique. He borrowed another chance from the heavens. Thus, in the face of such danger, Lin Feng did not hesitate to use the heaven-mending technique. His body instantly disappeared. The attacks of the three men hit empty air. Lin Feng appeared 20 meters away. At this moment, he clearly saw the three of them, 2 men and 1 woman. The first man was the Azura clan's top prodigy, Yi Qian Kuan. This person was young, but he had already been conferred the title of Count. It could be said that he held a high position and wielded great power. The other man was a peak-level genius from the primitive devil race. His name was Primordial Jia, and he was a member of the royal family of the primitive devil race. The woman was enchanting and charming. She was transformed from a demon snake. Her name was Su Xiaomao, and her father was a prince of the primitive devil nation. He actually dodged our joint attack. This seems to be the long-lost heaven patching technique. How interesting! As expected of a disciple of the reincarnation immortal sect, he knows a lot of divine abilities. But so what? The heaven patching technique can only be used once in a short period of time. How can he dodge it? In the end, he still can't escape death. The Azura young count looked at Lin Feng sinisterly. Kill him! Kill him! Don't let him escape. Primordial Jia said in a low voice. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The three of them did not stop and attacked Lin Feng again. He, such a handsome young man. I can't bear to kill him. The demon snake young princess giggled. What? You want to keep him as a male slave? Forget about it. This is a disciple of the reincarnation immortal sect. He must die today. The Azura young count said. The demon snake young princess snorted and ignored the Azura young count. Seeing the three of them coming at him, Lin Feng took a deep breath and began to activate his immortal king body. These three prodigies, everyone's strength had probably reached the level of saint or saintess. Therefore, Lin Feng did not dare to be careless. Otherwise, death would be the only way out. He activated his sovereign king body, and a surge of sovereign energy was formed. 5 devouring black holes. Lin Feng activated the confinement magnetic field and enveloped the three of them. Primordial Spirit, the Azura young count, and the demon snake young princess slowed down immediately, although the confinement magnetic field could not completely confine elites of their level. However, it could greatly reduce their speed. Sovereign, judgment. Lin Feng's voice was cold. The powerful judgment energy gathered and attacked the three prodigies. This person hid his strength very well. Everyone, be careful. Primordial Spirit's expression changed slightly, and he could not help but shout. The Azura young count and the demon snake young princess's expression became serious. Previously, they did not take Lin Feng seriously. Now, they realized that they had severely underestimated Lin Feng's strength. 4 sacred birds. Winged cobra. Immortal state clone. Poisonous puppet. Dark green mantis scorpion king. BB dragon rabbit. Come out quickly. Lin Feng waved his hand. He summoned all of these combat powers. Go and destroy the demonic world gate. Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. Yes. After receiving Lin Feng's order, they all rushed towards the demonic world gate. Oh no! Seeing this scene, the 3 prodigies of the primitive devil kingdom's expressions changed drastically. They did not dare to hesitate. They quickly attacked. Devil breaks the heavens. Great, desolate devil finger. Demon splits the 9 heavens. Three powerful divine abilities were used. The three of them worked together to block Lin Feng's sovereign judgment. Then, the three of them jumped up and quickly charged towards Lin Feng. They used even more powerful divine abilities than before. Primitive Devil Fist, Azura Hell, Demon Chaos. These three divine abilities were the trump cards of Primordial Spirit, the Azura Young Count, and the Demon Snake Young Princess. It was incomparably terrifying. The three powerful divine abilities emitted a destructive wave that blasted towards Lin Feng. Facing the attacks of the three great experts, Lin Feng felt his hair stand on end. It would not be easy for him to defeat any one of these three people. Moreover, the three of them had joined forces and unleashed their strongest combat power. To deal with them, it was even more difficult. Facing such a terrifying attack, Lin Feng did not hold back at all. He began to circulate the third level of the archaic dragonesque elephant art. Archaic dragonesque elephant, submission of the gods and demons. A low shout suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. A loud rumbling sound was heard. A terrifying aura spread between heaven and earth. It was as if there was a sleeping great emperor. It was as if he was waking up. Above the 9 heavens, the shadow of an archaic dragonesque elephant appeared. That was the archaic dragonesque elephant's indestructible primordial spirit, summoned by Lin Feng. The archaic dragonesque elephant's indestructible primordial spirit descended from the sky. With a punch, it directly enveloped primordial spirit, the Azura Young Count, and the Demon Snake Young Princess. The archaic dragonesque elephant's indestructible primordial spirit fought against 3 alone. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive dull collisions were heard. The attacks of the 3 great geniuses of the primordial devil kingdom were all broken by the archaic dragonesque elephant's indestructible primordial spirit. The 3 of them were also forced to retreat. How is this possible? The 3 of them had expressions of disbelief on their faces. In their opinion, Lin Feng was only at the divine fire realm. No matter how monstrous he was, it was impossible for him to withstand their combined attacks. But now, Lin Feng was fighting against 3 alone, and he was actually able to repel the 3 of them. This caused a huge wave to rise in their hearts. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He wanted to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get rid of the 3 of them. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Rumble, rumble. In the depths, the gate of the devil realm floating above the altar was actually opening bit by bit. Devil light surged, and the 4 sacred birds, Bibi, and the others were all sent flying. Wow, all of them vomited blood from the shock. This emperor smells the aura of the 9 prefectures. An ancient and cold voice came from the gate of the devil realm that was gradually opening. It's the Lord Devil Emperor. He's about to descend upon the 9 prefectures. All the devil race cultivators roared excitedly. Chapter 1806. Quick, destroy the demonic world gate. Seeing that the demonic world gate was about to open, Shui Linglong's expression changed as she shouted. Whoosh! Lin Feng could no longer care about primordial spirit, Azura Young Count, and Demon Snake Young Princess. He turned around and flew toward the demonic world gate. Kid, where do you think you're going? The 3 of them shouted coldly as they chased after Lin Feng. Stop them! Lin Feng shouted. Whoosh! The 4 sacred birds, Bibi, and the others all rushed toward primordial spirit, Azura Young Count, and Demon Snake Young Princess. Lin Feng, on the other hand, rushed toward the demonic world gate. The demonic world gate was opening continuously. If this continued, it would be opened sooner or later. Therefore, the situation had reached a critical point. Lin Feng quickly took out the 9 demons painting regal sword tomb and devouring heaven jar. He was doing 3 things at once. This was the limit of what he could do now. The 9 demons painting emitted an endless demonic aura as it charged toward the demonic world gate. The devouring heaven jar shone with demonic light as it charged forward. The regal sword tomb opened. Then 4 great swords flew out and merged into one, forming a huge sword. This was the regal sword tomb's ultimate move. The swords in the regal sword tomb could be combined to form a huge sword, and its power would reach its peak. The huge sword formed by the 4 great swords quickly slashed toward the demonic world gate. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of violent collisions, the gate of the demon realm was also shaken. It shook violently and even made cracking sounds. Little bastard, how dare you ruin my primordial devil nation's plan? You'll die a horrible death. Seeing this, the demons roared in anger. Their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Their eyes were bloodshot. They couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into pieces. Lin Feng sneered. I'm doing this to benefit the world. I'll definitely be protected by the heavens. Why would I die a horrible death? You're the ones who will die a horrible death. Boom, boom, boom. He continued to control the treasures to attack the demonic world gate. Crack, crack. The gate of the devil realm cracked more and more, and Lin Feng's face showed a trace of joy. It wouldn't take long for them to destroy the gate to the demonic realm. However, at this moment, a powerful demonic aura was emitted from the demonic realm gate. The demonic chi that escaped from the gate of the demonic realm directly wrapped around the gate of the demonic realm that was already beginning to shatter. When the 3 magic treasures once again bombarded the gate of the demon realm, he was actually unable to cause any damage to the demonic world gate. Not good. It must be the demon emperor from the demon world. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. Although the devil emperor was still in the devil realm, he could sense the faintly discernible gate of the devil realm. Through the gate of the demonic world, a portion of the power was transmitted to the 9 prefectures world. The demon emperor has appeared. The demon emperor had appeared. Now, the Lord Devil Emperor had appeared. No one can stop the Devil Emperor's true body from descending to the 9 prefectures. Countless demons roared in excitement. This is troublesome. Lin Feng's expression became incomparably gloomy. Lowly creature, how dare you stop me from descending to the 9 prefectures world? Do you want to die? I will give you a chance to live. Immediately kneel on the ground and swear allegiance to me. I will spare your life. The demon emperor's voice rang out from behind the gate of the demonic realm. Lin Feng's expression was cold. What shameless boasting! What qualifications do you have to be my master? The demon emperor immediately sneered. An ant like you actually dares to be so impudent in front of me? Who gave you the courage? Humph. So what if you're a demon emperor? I heard that the demonic realm has long been sealed. You're just a stray dog from the demonic realm. You're just struggling at death's door in the demonic realm. Whether you're a demon emperor or not is another matter. Don't be so smug. Lin Feng sneered. He took out heavenly fire and began burning the gate of the demonic realm. The huge gate of the demonic realm was enveloped by the heavenly fire and burned fiercely. Sizzle, sizzle. The demonic chi protecting the gate of the demonic realm was ignited. You actually have heavenly fire. You despicable creature. Wait for me to descend upon the 9 states. I will make sure you die without a burial place. The demon emperor roared furiously. Loud, rumbling sounds could be heard. The gate of the demonic realm was constantly being opened. Lin Feng pushed the heavenly fire's power to the limit. He was racing against time. He did not dare to delay. Like Lin Feng, the demon emperor was also racing against time. The demonic chi enveloping the gate of the demonic realm was not ordinary demonic chi. It was ancestral demonic chi. The demon emperor had spent a lot of effort to send a portion of ancestral demonic chi into the 9 states world to protect the gate of the demonic realm. If Lin Feng destroyed the ancestral demonic chi enveloping the gate of the demonic realm, then the demon emperor would not be able to send the ancestral demonic chi back into the 9 states world in a short period of time. Not to mention using the ancestral demonic chi to protect the gate of the demonic realm. When the time came, the gate of the demonic realm would definitely be destroyed. He would not be able to descend upon the 9 states world. The demon emperor was well aware of this. Therefore, he also went all out without holding back. In order to open the gate of the demonic realm, the demon emperor also went all out. Rumble! Rumble! The gate of the demonic realm shook violently. The gate of the demonic realm was slowly opening. Finally, the gate of the demonic realm opened a gap of more than 10 centimeters. The next moment, monstrous demonic chi surged out. A large hand actually reached out from the demonic chi. That gigantic hand immediately moved towards Lin Feng to grab him. Not good. It's the demon emperor's arm. The demon emperor is really going to descend. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face was full of shock. When that gigantic hand reached Lin Feng realized that he couldn't move at all. Facing the pressure of a great emperor, any means seemed to be futile. Despicable creature, I am about to descend upon the 9 states. Have you thought about how you will die? The demon emperor's cold voice came from behind the gate of the demonic realm. At this moment, Lin Feng's hands and feet were cold, and he could not move. His face was full of bitter smiles. Was he really going to die in the hands of the demon emperor? This was troublesome. At this critical moment, suddenly the demon lord flew out. Endless demonic chi. It covered the demon lord. You are not dead. The demon emperor seemed to have sensed the aura of the demon lord and shouted in disbelief. Sky prison demon emperor, I am not dead. Are you surprised? The demon lord's cold voice came out. Then it's not too late to kill you now. The sky prison demon emperor's cold voice came out. That demonic hand directly blasted toward the demon lord. I will first cut off one of your arms as a little interest. In the future, I will definitely enter the demonic realm and take your life. The demon lord's voice was indifferent. Using his palm as a knife, he directly slashed out. Puff! A tearing sound came out. The sky prison demon emperor's arm was directly cut off by the demon lord. Ah! The sky prison demon emperor let out a shrill cry. The demon lord took the sky prison demon emperor's severed arm and then returned to the demonic orb. Lin Feng took advantage of the sky prison demon emperor's heavy injury to activate the 4 heavenly flames and destroy the ancestral demonic chi that the sky prison demon emperor had used. Then, the 3 magic treasures fiercely attacked the gate of the demonic realm. Crack! Crack! After hundreds of continuous attacks, the gate of the demonic realm finally shattered. Chapter 1807. Little bastard, you're courting death. Seeing the gate of the demonic realm destroyed, countless demonic tribe members roared in anger. All of them wanted to eat Lin Feng's flesh and drink Lin Feng's blood. Seeing that he had succeeded, Lin Feng turned around and rushed outside. Kill! The 9 demons picture, the swallowing heaven jar, and the giant sword charged towards primordial Jia, Azura young earl, and demon snake young princess, respectively. Originally, they were fighting with the 4 sacred birds, Bibi, the god realm clone, and the winged cobra. Seeing the 3 treasures charging towards them, their expressions changed. Their expressions changed drastically, and they didn't dare to fight head-on. They hurriedly forced their opponents back and retreated quickly. Lin Feng kept the 4 sacred birds, Bibi, and the others into the mountain river ring. Then he kept the 3 treasures. Next, he pushed his speed to the limit and rushed outside. Currently, Shui Linglong's nimble chess game still trapped 5 to 6,000 devil experts. It was a good opportunity for Lin Feng to leave. However, before Lin Feng could rush out, suddenly, above the 9 heavens, a huge whirlpool appeared. That huge whirlpool distorted the void. Within the vortex, waves of destructive energy waves were emitted. Boom. Next, a terrifying power surged out from the whirlpool. Bang! That power directly sent Lin Feng flying hundreds of meters away. His body crashed heavily into a mountain peak. The entire mountain collapsed, and he was buried under the rubble. Domineering. It was a domineering power. In the whirlpool, a domineering power was emitted. Lin Feng was blown away by that terrifying strength. Immediately after, Shui Linglong's Ling Long chess set was destroyed. It's the Demon King. Countless demons roared happily. Primitive Demon King, the ruler of the primitive demon kingdom. Although this person was not on the supreme list, but to be honest, among the experts on the supreme list, except for the Red World Fairy, who dared to say that they could defeat the primitive Demon King. The reason why the primitive Devil Emperor wasn't listed on the supreme list wasn't because he wasn't strong enough. It was because he didn't participate in the sovereign meet. The terrifying existence had cultivated for 7,520,000 years. His cultivation was immeasurable, although his true body had yet to descend. But they were separated by endless time and space. He was actually able to bring his domineering aura to this valley. The strength of his cultivation was simply unimaginable. Kill this woman and that brat. Countless demons began to roar. His killing intent was monstrous. Numerous devils besieged Shui Linglong. At the same time, a large number of demons charged towards Lin Feng. Bang! The ruins exploded, and Lin Feng rushed out from the ruins. He was wearing the Death God armor, protecting his entire body. Then, he unleashed the burning wrath of the heavens, condensing a 4-colored fireball, and directly unleashed it. Boom! The 4-colored fireball exploded. An energy that could destroy the heavens and earth surged out. Miserable cries rang out one after another. It was unknown how many devil race cultivators were killed. At this moment, Lin Feng looked at the whirlpool in the sky. From that whirlpool, there was an even more terrifying fluctuation. Obviously, the primitive Devil Emperor seemed to be rushing over from afar. He had to leave quickly. Once the terrifying existence of the primitive Devil Emperor appeared at that time, he would definitely end up in a situation where his body and Tao would vanish. Lin Feng rushed out quickly. Boom, boom, boom. But at this moment, the numerous devil race cultivators unleashed all kinds of mystic skills at him. Those mystic skills formed a torrent of attacks, sweeping across the heavens and earth. They directly bombarded Lin Feng's body, sending him flying. Barf! Lin Feng couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His body fell from midair, landing heavily on the ground. No matter how strong an individual was, there was no way he could fight against an army. Numerous devil race cultivators wielded all kinds of weapons and slashed at Lin Feng. Go to hell! Lin Feng took out his great desolate war spear and shouted furiously. He jumped up from the ground and used his great desolate war spear to sweep away a group of demon cultivators. He was heavily surrounded by the army. He couldn't escape. He didn't even have the time to unleash his mystic skills. He could only rely on his physical body and martial techniques to fight. The devil race cultivators surged forward like a tidal wave. Uft, uft. Uft. One by one, the devil race cultivators were stabbed to death by Lin Feng. But Lin Feng was also sent flying time and time again. Under the attacks of these devil race cultivators, the death god armor lost most of its divinity. Its luster dimmed, and eventually it retracted back into Lin Feng's body. Seeing that Lin Feng's defensive armor was no longer effective, the attacks of the devil race cultivators became even more frenzied. There were countless wounds on Lin Feng's body. His entire body was almost covered in blood. He dashed left and right amidst the army. Lin Feng's expression was incomparably gloomy. If this continued, it would definitely not work. Only death would await them. But now it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to escape. Clang, clang, clang. Just at this time, Shui Linglong quickly attacks with a sword in her hand. Shui Linglong's swordsmanship is really superb. With a thrust of her sword, numerous sword images appeared. Devil cultivators would be injured if they were grazed, and they would die if they were touched. His senior sister Linglong was much stronger than the average holy son or holy daughter. Lin Feng had never seen the cultivation level of the Red World Fairy when she was Shui Linglong's age. However, Lin Feng felt that even compared to the Red World Fairy, this senior sister Linglong's cultivation was not inferior. Lin Feng had always felt that he was monstrous enough. However, compared to senior sister Linglong, there was still a huge gap. However, when he thought of the possibility that this senior sister Linglong was the reincarnation of a powerful expert, he couldn't help but think about it. In his heart, he felt relieved. Shui Linglong tore a gap in the army, grabbed Lin Feng, and quickly rushed out. All of you die. Countless demon race experts surrounded and attacked. The situation was extremely dangerous. Great shift of the heavens. Shui Linglong shouted in a delicate voice. A Milky Way appeared under Lin Feng and Lin Feng's feet. A world appeared. Suddenly, in the Milky Way world beneath their feet, the heavens and the universe instantly reversed. Shua, light flashed. Lin Feng and Shui Linglong had disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, they had already appeared more than 10 miles away. Such a long distance. It was as if they had teleported. And they had also dodged the attacks of thousands of devil experts. This method was truly unfathomable. Let's go. Shui Linglong shouted in a deep voice. Together with Lin Feng, they rushed into the distance. But at this time, the vortex above the ninth heaven emitted a terrifying devil aura. Immediately after, a tall man wearing an imperial robe descended from the sky. After that man appeared, between heaven and earth, everything was silent. The entire world. It was as if everything was still. A terrifying aura shrouded over. It made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. Seeing that man, his scalp went numb. Primitive Devil Emperor descended. P.S. Go for the exam in the afternoon. If you get fourth in the subject, you can get your driver's license. Pray you can pass. Please vote. Thank you. Chapter 1808. Greetings, Demon Emperor. May the Demon Emperor enjoy eternal blessings and live as long as the heavens and earth, and shine as brightly as the sun and moon. After the primitive Devil Emperor arrived, the numerous experts of the devil race all knelt on the ground and kowtowed to him. These experts of the devil race were simply too good at flattery. Lin Feng could not help but feel goosebumps all over his body. However, this was not the time to think about this. Lin Feng was most concerned about whether he could escape from the primitive Devil Emperor. He and Shui Linglong quickly rushed into the distance. However, the primitive Devil Emperor had already caught up to them. The two of you are very courageous. Only the two of you dare to disrupt the summoning ritual of the Devil Emperor of the primitive devil race, and even let the two of you succeed. This is truly unbelievable. If geniuses like the two of you continue to grow, your future will be limitless. However, the two of you no longer have the chance to continue growing. No matter what, the two of you will die today. An earth-shattering killing intent was emitted from the primitive Devil Emperor's body. The killing intent in his body seemed to have solidified. It was as if the void was about to be frozen. This existence was simply too terrifying. No one could even think of fighting against him. The primitive Devil Emperor was simply too fast. He only took a few steps, but it was as if he could cross the universe. In just a few breaths' time, he had already caught up to Lin Feng and Shui Linglong. "You leave first," Shui Linglong said. "Am I still a man if I leave senior sister here to deal with the primitive Devil Emperor alone?" Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He took out the 9 devil picture and took out the heavenly god elixir. He was prepared to use the heavenly god elixir to activate the 9 devil picture and fight the primitive Devil Emperor to the death. "I have my own way of escaping. You should leave quickly so that you don't lose your life," Shui Linglong said. Lin Feng's expression kept changing. He did not know if Shui Linglong was telling the truth. However, he could tell that she was not joking. Could it be that his senior sister really had a way to deal with the primitive Devil Emperor? If that was the case, he might really hinder her from leaving if he stayed here. Thinking of this, Lin Feng decided to listen to Shui Linglong and leave. "Senior sister, be careful," he reminded her before turning around and flying into the distance. "I'll kill you first. Go and kill that brat." The voice of the original Fiend Emperor was extremely cold. Opening his palm, it blotted out the entire sky. An endless amount of devilish light gushed out and grabbed at Shui Linglong. "Human Emperor, 9th Revolution," Shui Linglong shouted coldly as she faced the attack of primitive Devil Emperor. She didn't dodge at all. She faced the primitive Devil Emperor directly. Dazzling rays of light flickered within her body. A total of 9 golden lights flashed, heaven and earth. It was as if everything had turned into a golden world. That dazzling golden light was so blinding that people couldn't even open their eyes. Even the devil chi emitted from primitive Demon Emperor's body was suppressed by the golden light emitted from Shui Linglong's body. Bang! Immediately after, amidst the endless golden light, the sounds of violent collisions could be heard. Then, the furious roar of the primitive Demon Emperor could be heard. "No, how is this possible? How can you destroy my avatar?" As soon as the voice of the primitive Demon Emperor sounded, he saw his body explode. Shui Linglong was sent flying a few thousand meters away before she fell onto the ground. She struggled to get up, but she couldn't move at all. Lord Demon Emperor's avatar has been destroyed. How is this possible? That's the avatar that Lord Demon Emperor had refined for 3 million years. How could it be destroyed by a young human? All the devil race cultivators had an expression of disbelief on their faces. But soon, their eyes were filled with ferocity. That woman is severely injured. Now is the best chance to capture her. Capturing this woman will be a great achievement. Many devil race cultivators roared loudly, and then quickly rushed towards Shui Linglong. Shui Linglong's face was extremely pale. Now, facing those devil race cultivators who were charging at her, she was powerless to turn the situation around. Swoosh! At this moment, Lin Feng ran over from the forest, not far away. Although Lin Feng had left earlier, he didn't go too far away. Instead, he hid 10 miles away to watch the battle. What made Lin Feng feel incredulous was that Shui Linglong had actually killed the primitive demon emperor. Although that was only the avatar of the primitive demon emperor, it was still the avatar that the primitive demon emperor had refined for 3 million years. Lin Feng's heart was in turmoil. Seeing that Shui Linglong was injured, he quickly flew out. "Senior sister, sorry for the offense." Lin Feng helped Shui Linglong up and let her lie on his back. Lin Feng's hands held Shui Linglong's perky butt. No matter how cold Shui Linglong's temperament was, she couldn't help but blush. Lin Feng stepped on the 8-directional world and flew away quickly. "Kid, don't run." The devil race cultivators roared furiously. They were about to capture Shui Linglong. But Lin Feng suddenly charged out and saved Shui Linglong. Those devil race experts were so angry that they almost vomited blood. However, how could those devil race cultivators' speed be comparable to Lin Feng's? In the blink of an eye, they were left behind by Lin Feng without a trace. Lin Feng carried Shui Linglong and left the underground world. Then he ran for another 100 miles. Shui Linglong said, "Junior brother, there is a valley ahead. I want to enter the valley to heal my injuries. Guard the valley for me. Don't let anyone disturb me. Senior sister, don't worry. With me around, no one will disturb senior sister." Lin Feng said. He carried Shui Linglong and quickly entered the valley. Shui Linglong found a place to sit down and heal her injuries. Lin Feng used a formation to seal the valley. The entire valley was concealed. Lin Feng could finally sit down and let out a long breath. Time passed. One day later, Lin Feng saw a stream of light flying over from afar. Then it landed. Jin Luiwei. After seeing the cultivator, who landed, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He suddenly remembered that Jin Luiwei had colluded with the Devil Dao's young master Huang Quan to scheme against Shui Linglong. Now that this person appeared in this forest, it meant that young Master Huang Quan was most likely in the vicinity. This made Lin Feng's mood slightly heavy. However, he did not act rashly because the valley had already been sealed by his formation. Jin Luiwei definitely could not see him and Shui Linglong. However, what Lin Feng did not expect was that Jin Luiwei actually took out a powerful flying sword and fiercely attacked in the direction of the valley. Rumble! A series of violent fluctuations came out. The valley's restriction was shaken by Jin Luiwei. Sure enough, he was hiding here. Jin Luiwei laughed sinisterly. Lin Feng's expression became gloomy. How did Jin Luiwei find them? Bang, bang, bang. Jin Luiwei's flying sword was powerful. After continuously attacking for 100 times, the restriction set up by Lin Feng could no longer withstand it. It was directly destroyed. The originally hidden valley was suddenly exposed. Chapter 1809. Ha ha, Shui Linglong. Let's see how you're going to die this time. Jin Luiwei laughed sinisterly. He dashed into the valley and looked into the valley with a pair of cold eyes. Jin Luiwei saw Shui Linglong sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. She was not moving at all. It was obvious that she was in the critical moment of healing. Beside Shui Linglong stood a disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. It was Lin Feng. Jin Luiwei knew Lin Feng. Back then, when Lin Feng ascended the sacred ancestor mountain, Jin Luiwei was present. However, Jin Luiwei did not have much interaction with Lin Feng all this while. Lin Feng, today I'm going to settle the grudge between me and Shui Linglong. Leave quickly and don't interfere in this matter. In the future, if you need me, Jin Luiwei, in the sect, just say the word. As long as I can do it, I'll do my best. Jin Luiwei rolled her eyes and said aloud, How could Lin Feng believe the words of a despicable person like Jin Luiyue in order to harm Shui Linglong? This person was even willing to collude with young Master Huang Quan of the demonic Tao. It was obvious that this person's character was shameless. Of course, even if Jin Luiyue could do what he said, Lin Feng would not agree to it. He had gone through a life-and-death battle with Shui Linglong after the primitive fiend emperor appeared. With Shui Linglong's cultivation, it should not be difficult for her to leave. However, Shui Linglong asked him to leave first while she dealt with the primitive fiend emperor. She wanted to stall for time so that he could escape successfully. It was because of this. That was why Shui Linglong was severely injured. As for his senior sister, Shui Linglong, Lin Feng was very grateful. As long as he lived, he had to be indomitable. It was an ungrateful thing. He must not do that. It was impossible for Lin Feng to abandon Shui Linglong and leave by himself. He looked coldly at Jin Luiyue and said in a low voice, "Senior brother Jin, if you have any grudges with senior sister Linglong, you can go back to the sect and let the sect's great elder mediate. We are all from the same sect, and there is no deep hatred that cannot be resolved. Therefore, senior brother Jin, please leave quickly and don't disturb senior sister Linglong's seclusion." Jin Luiyue's eyes turned cold. He glanced at Lin Feng and said, "So you don't intend to move aside?" "What? If I don't move aside, is senior brother Jin going to deal with me?" "Senior brother Jin, you have to think clearly. Even if your grandfather is the grand elder of the sect, if you kill your fellow disciples outside, your grandfather won't be able to protect you." Lin Feng said coldly, "Brat, I gave you a chance to live, but you didn't cherish it. Since that's the case, I'll kill you too." As soon as Jin Luiyue finished speaking, she took out a Dharma treasure. That magical treasure was a bell made of bronze. Bronze enchanting bell. That's your grandfather's treasure. No wonder you were able to find us. Your grandfather is the Grand Elder of Jade Dragon Peak, and also one of the 12 Grand Elders who guard the River Mirror. It must be your grandfather who used the power of the River Mirror to find me and senior sister Linglong's hiding place, then pass the information to you. Lin Feng's expression darkened. He had originally thought that Jin Luiyue was colluding with the demon sect. Jin Luiyue was the only one who was in trouble, but now it seemed that things were not that simple. Jin Luiyue's grandfather might also be related to the demon sect. "Brat, you guessed right. My grandfather did use the River Mirror to find you, and then pass the news to me through a voice transmission jade talisman. The heavens want you to die." As soon as Jin Luiyue finished speaking, he began to activate the bronze enchanting bell. Clang, 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 clang. Lin Feng felt as though his head was about to split open. The bronze enchanting bell was an extremely strange treasure that could harm a cultivator's soul. Puff! Shui Linglong, who was in seclusion, spat out a mouthful of blood. Her breathing became erratic and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Obviously, Shui Linglong was affected by the bronze enchanting bell and was now suffering from the backlash. Seeing this, Jin Luiyue shouted proudly, "Ha! Shui Linglong is suffering from the backlash. This is just the beginning. Soon, she will suffer from an even more severe backlash. When that time comes, she will die from qi deviation." How satisfying! Jin Luiyue roared crazily. Clang, clang. The bronze enchanting bell rang more rapidly. Lin Feng felt as if his soul was being cut apart by a sharp sword, one after the other. This kind of pain was worse than death. Shui Linglong spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Her situation was getting worse. Lin Feng did not dare to hesitate. He quickly took out his natal spiritual treasure, the chaotic ancient lamp. The chaotic ancient lamp floated above Shui Linglong and poured down chaotic qi to help Shui Linglong resist the bronze enchanting bell. Go to hell! Lin Feng endured the pain and activated the immortal emperor body. He used the sovereign's judgment. He charged toward Jin Luiyue. Jin Luiyue was the most powerful core disciple in the reincarnation immortal sect. He already had the combat strength of a holy sun many years ago. Before leaving the reincarnation immortal sect, Lin Feng heard that Jin Luiyue was going to be crowned as a holy sun. Therefore, Jin Luiyue's strength was also very strong. Jin Luiyue held the bronze enchanting bell in his left hand and shook it continuously. This treasure caused great damage to Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng's combat strength was greatly affected. Seeing Lin Feng charging toward him, Jin Luiyue looked at him with disdain. "Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Jin Luiyue punched toward Lin Feng. Bang! The two of them collided violently. Thud, thud, thud. Both of them took 3 steps back. Jin Luiyue's face darkened. He did not expect Lin Feng to be so powerful, even though his combat strength was greatly affected. Jin Luiyue, you have the bronze enchanting bell. You've severely weakened this reincarnation immortal sect disciples' cultivation, but you still can't take him down. It seems that the reincarnation immortal sect has produced some powerful people over the years. Right at this moment, an awe-inspiring voice abruptly rang out. A cultivator in a black robe walked out of the forest. Lin Feng's face darkened when he saw the cultivator in the black robe. Young Master Huang Quan. It was him. He had been worried that young Master Huang Quan would be around, and it seemed that his worry had come true. Young Master Huang Quan was ranked in the top 20 on the prodigy list. He was much stronger than Jin Luiyue. Now that young Master Huang Quan had appeared, Lin Feng knew. Today, he and Shui Linglong. He was afraid that a great disaster was about to befall him.